Flag is
Where's the flag?
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do we have any additions, deletions, substitutions to the agenda?
Mr. Chair?
You're recognized.
Yes, I would like to add 2600 onto the agenda
Put it on as a discussion item.
for discussion.
What's that, Mr. Chair?
You're recognized, Commissioner Millerinson.
What is it?
Dr. Spears would like to add 2600 as a discussion item.
600 what?
That's Broadway and Blue Heron, the vacant lot,
Okay.
So the solicitation, the
the ITN.
ITN?
Yes.
Okay, so under discussion, do we want to add it as a discussion item from 2600 vacant lot for 6A?
Okay, and possible action, I don't know what the board's going to say after the discussion. There might be some possible action.
Mr. Chair,
You're recognized.
for me, it's going to be difficult for any action if I didn't come in here with any information to know what we're planning to do. So I'm just putting that
I'm
out.
okay with just the discussion for tonight.
Yeah.
Board,
Mr. Chair?
you're recognized.
So I think that the action will be a very limited action that you might want. So rather than close the door, can we just leave it open for possible?
I mean, Dr. Spears, you can make a motion at any time.
Okay.
We can have a discussion, but it is actually, we having a special meeting though. So Attorney Smith, I'm assuming that with it being noticed and not properly noticed with any action taking place, 2600, we can't have discussion for, but it's a special meeting tonight.
Yes, you can have discussion, but I wouldn't advise on taking action because there was no notice on it.
Yeah, you recognize Commissioner McCoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Smith, you didn't answer the question. He said about taking action. You said you wouldn't advise. So very clearly, is that a foul to the bylaws to actually take action on 2600?
Yes, it would be contrary to public notice to take action on an item that you're walking onto the agenda.
Okay. I would certainly like to know that statute because that's not anywhere where I've ever read. In fact, unless specifically required as a public hearing, you can actually bring anything forward to the public and vote and take action on it. So unless it's a requirement that is noticed, then that's the only reason. But it doesn't run afoul to the bylaws. And I'm very much open to hearing what my commissioner colleague has to say about it because, you know, this is actually, and I don't know if other members avail themselves to it, but I actually requested the responses for the solicitation because I'm curious to know what happens and we don't have it on our agenda. So I'm very much inclined to hear what Commissioner Spears is offering or his concerns on it. But we're not defined and limited to not making any kind of deliberative action. That's only in special city council meetings of the city that our rules prohibit us from doing that.
Mr. Chair,
You recognize Attorney Smith.
my response is towards our bylaws is by the notice requirement. We are governed by notice requirements of the state of Florida.
Okay, so discussion item 6A, we can talk about 2600. Are we okay with that placement? Thank you, board. Any additions, deletions, substitutions? Disclosures by the commission or staff?
Mr. Chair,
You recognize.
you know what, come back to me, I'm sorry.
Yes. Any additional disclosures?
Chair?
You recognize.
Yes, I met with some of the developers who have an item on the agenda tonight.
Thank you. I also want to just notice I've met with members from APD Tezrell.
Mr. Chair,
You recognize.
same thing here with Tezrell. I met with that organization.
Thank you. Additional disclosures? Motion to adopt with addition 6A for 2600.
So moved.
Mr. Chair,
You recognize.
does Mr. Spears need to say who he met with? He said some people on the agenda. Does he need this?
It doesn't have to be
I-
specific.
I can clarify it. I have no objection, Mr. Chair. I met with Tony Brown and I met with, I spoke on the phone with Sonneblick.
There's a motion on the table. Do we have a second?
Some second.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Lanier, Commissioner Spiritus,
Yes.
Vice Chair McCoy,
Yes.
Chair Lawson. That vote passes 5-0.
Consent agenda. Consent items are routine in nature and require a majority vote by one single vote. Items may be removed for open discussion. Does any commissioner want to remove an item from consent? Motion to adopt consent?
I wanted to add an item to consent. Seemingly, I know we haven't met since we had the deviation in the millage rate, but we're already operating in the budget. I think it's very much ministerial at this point, and the board was pretty direct in where they wanted the direction. So I was thinking that we could take 7B and put that under consent. Since we've already decided as a board where those funds should go, I don't know that we need to actually hear that item.
Okay with that?
Mr. Evans? Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Evans, is that okay?
Uh,
As far as the
Yes,
budget?
that would be fine.
Board, are we okay with adding that 7B to the consent?
Thank you.
Dr. Spears, okay?
Yes.
And I'm okay with it. Any deletions or additions to consent? Motion to adopt with the addition of 7B?
So moved.
Do we have a second? Second.
Second.
Do we have any public comment cards for consent?
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
we have no comment cards.
thank you. Madam Clerk, roll call?
Commissioner Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Lanier, Commissioner Spiritus,
Yes.
Vice Chair McCoy,
Yes.
Chair Lawson.
Yes.
That vote passes 5-0.
Thank you. Presentations, 5A.
Status update of plan for the build-out of FoundCare space for the CRA office and small business center. The acceptance of public comment cards are now closed. Mr. Chair, we have no comment cards.
Thank you. Mr. Evans?
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I wanted to provide an update. We have been developing the plans for the CRA office to move into a portion of the vacant space along Broadway in the FoundCare building. Those plans have reached 65% design completion for the small business center and the CRA office space. And I just wanted to show the board our progress. The pictures that are shown above show the inspiration that we gave to the architect when they were designing the build out of both our office and the small business center co-working space to create a space where entrepreneurs could come. They could have a mailbox and an address at the small business center. Additionally, they could provide us a place where they could have a client come and visit. We could provide outreach and support to help those businesses become successful. So that space has been designed with that in mind. They would have access to the conference room, which would be shared between the CRA office and the small business center, as well as they would have there would be a private office and then open offices available for them to utilize in that workspace. I apologize if it's hard to see. When you walk in the main building into the lobby, you can either go to the left, which is the south, or to the right, which is the north. And if you go to the north, you would walk into the co-working space, which includes the shared conference room. It's shown on the screen above. There's a small lounge for them to host any clients. There's an office that's private office that's available for use, and then they have the open co-working spaces in that facility. And then the restrooms are also shared by both the co-working space and the CRA office. The next diagram just shows a very compact layout. We didn't want to take up too much of the remaining building, so we designed a compact layout of offices that would meet the needs of the CRA. And also the CRA would have access to the shared conference room with the business center, so that helped us save on space also. And then that leaves open about 1,600 to 1,700 square feet, which is in the south portion of the building. That section has only proceeded to 10% design stage. as we are currently doing outreach to try and find a restaurant or restaurants that could potentially move into that space. And I'll just ask Ms. Anita Jenkins to update the board on that process.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Chair Lawson, if I may.
You're recognized.
Over the last several months, we've had an opportunity to have a number of potential small business operators for the co-op space to be evaluated, assessed in terms of what assistance they might need from us in order to be successful in the co-working space as well as the restaurants. So in our December meeting, we'll be bringing forth some recommendations for various level of support for those small businesses, several of which we think would be viable options for the restaurant space, where we might have 1 to 2 operators in the space the way it's configured, and we would have several tenants for the co-working space. We've also been working on identifying several entities that could respond to a solicitation for support for those small businesses in the space. We don't just want to provide space where people are there without the resources, without support, without technical assistance to help them be successful in the long run. So we've been identifying some help that will be beyond CRA staff to provide that assistance. And we expect that we'll bring an item to you in your December meeting.
Thank you, ma'am. Comments from the board? Thank you, Mr. Evans. Thank you, Ms. Jenkins, and thank you for the comments and the update. 6A, 2600. This is an update or a discussion led by Dr. Spiritus. Dr. Spiritus?
Mr. Chair,
You're recognized.
2600 went out as an ITN, and all three, from my understanding from speaking with staff, all three people that responded to the ITN are qualified people. I would like to suggest that we put out an RFP based on the fact that all three were qualified and let all three submit proposals to the city. I think we're better off. It's more transparent, more open if we do a full RFP and permit all three people that responded to respond to the RFP, to go to the next level rather than negotiating with only one person.
Thank you, Dr. Spiritus. I have a question for Mr. Evans. When is 2600 supposed to come before the board?
Mr. Chair.
You're recognized.
That is planned. The findings of the evaluation committee are planned to come before the board on December 11th.
And when did that close?
That closed in August.
2600 closed in August,
Yes, sir.
and it's not going to come before us till December 11th. Okay, so I understand why Dr. Spiritus is concerned with it. Okay, comments from the board? You recognize Commissioner McCoy.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Spiritus, so I understand your concern. However, Ms. Evans, can you remind us, is this a RFQ, request for qualifications?
Mr. Chair.
You recognize.
It was issued as an intent to negotiate, an ITN.
Okay, follow.
You recognize.
So I don't know why we wouldn't accomplish having those proposals coming before us, because the solicitation, if I can recall, was not a recommendation of award. It was that all of the firms would then subsequently put forth some sort of proposal to us. I thought that was already encompassed in the ITN.
Mr. Chair.
You recognize.
Yes, for this round of the process, and we had several rounds. The previous one, we didn't get any respondents. For this round, we made it originally an ITN to try and reduce the costs for anyone who wanted to respond. And the process as currently laid out would be that the board would receive the recommended rankings based on the submittals to the ITN, and then you would make a selection and direct staff to negotiate with your highest ranked firm.
Chair?
Commissioner McCoy, finish?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, and that was my concern, Mr. Evans. I think I asked you, and then I had to go to the city's procurement, and I didn't get the answer. I would be inclined to support that, but I'm not taking recommendations of individuals who I don't know who they are. And that's where I think we sometimes have a disconnect, at least in my perspective, that we have folks that seemingly are judging any kind of solicitation, and for all I know, they may work in an ice cream parlor. You know, I don't know what their experience is, and we don't get to see whether or not the scores are reflective of this person having some professional economic development experience as opposed to God knows who, because I know we've not done the best job in procurement in terms of that. So, you know, before we take any recommendations, I want to make sure that there was a competent board. And I don't mean that to say that they're incompetent, but that they were competent on the subject matter of this type of development. And that is what makes me kind of leery about bringing forth any kind of rankings at this point, because we get left out of this process. And I can remember when this happened about a year and a half ago, the board was supposed to select members, but that didn't happen. So, you know, Mr. Evans, it'd be my concern that we need to know, you know, who these people are, if they're qualified, because the information I got didn't provide any information on these folks, or even who they are for that matter. All I got was the responses. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Dr.
Chair?
Freitas, you recognize.
Right. So basically what is happening here is we did an RFQ. I'm sorry. We did an RFQ for the most part. These people did not submit proposals. So we know for a fact after the reviews went through that all three people are qualified. To say one's more qualified than the other is very open for people's personal opinion, not really fact. I think that we would be better served, the community would be better served if we actually saw proposals for development of that site from people that are qualified, to see what it is they're planning on doing the site, rather than staff sitting down and negotiating a specific project. Let these people use their imagination and their abilities and their expertise to come to us to say what it is that they believe they can develop on this site. And then let's choose from those three proposals which one we prefer best, and then negotiate an agreement with that group.
Some comments from the board?
Yes.
You recognize.
I think my concern is that, we don't know what the evaluation committee is made of. We don't know what the evaluation scores were. We don't know how they're ranked. And I wanted to know from Mr. Evans, how is it that we did the invitation to bid versus the RFP initially? Why did we choose that route?
Mr. Chair.
You recognize.
Yes, we chose the ITN route because we didn't get any respondents in the previous RFP that we issued. So we wanted to make the process a little bit simpler in the first step, so that companies could say they were interested in responding, provide some details on what they're proposing, but without having to expend a lot of dollars just to be considered.
I see. So the board is going to recommend, not the board, I'm sorry, the evaluation committee is going to recommend to the board the individual company that we will negotiate with.
Mr. Chair.
You recognize.
Yeah, the process would be that they would provide you their rankings, and then it would be up to the board to select which firm you wanted us to negotiate with.
I see. Because the original RFP went out, nothing happened, so you went to I can see how we got to where we are. I still don't have any more information about the process, about the evaluation, about the scores. So I'm very hesitant to move forward until at least I see that.
Mr. Chair?
You recognize, Dr. Freitas.
So basically, you're negotiating on something that doesn't exist. You're creating a project. We'd be much better served, and it'd be much fairer if developers came to us with the proposals, and then we negotiated based on the proposal that received the best score. This doesn't make any sense to me. You're just picking one person and you're negotiating with them. And quite frankly, this smells, if you want my honest opinion. This is not the proper way to do this. We did not have our back to the wall. This has been out since August, Scott. You said the ITN, this ITN, specific ITN went out when?
Mr. Chair,
You recognize?
the proposals were received in August, so it would have gone out in the summer.
So these did go. So just so that my colleague understands, the ITN that we're reviewing right now went out in August, and we're first looking at it now in December. This is not the one that we didn't receive proposals on. This is the one that we did receive the proposals on, and that was in August, and we're sitting here in December now. So if we waited this long, I think the best way to do this is the proper way, and that's let developers give us a proposal. I don't care if we start all over again. It makes sense to have developers tell us what it is that they think that they could build, what's economically feasible for them, and what they think is best for the city, and then choose from that, not just choose a developer and then say, okay, now let's discuss what we want to build here. You may get a better proposal from someone else. You may get a 10 times better proposal from someone else. So I think the best way for the city to move forward on this is either put out a new RFP or ask the 3 developers that responded to the ITN to now give us proposals and then do an evaluation based on those proposals.
Chair.
You recognize?
Yeah, I understand that. I absolutely understand that. But the way where we are is because the RFP went out and nobody submitted a proposal. So they went to the ITN to be able to get people to submit proposals. So it's not like we went to the ITN first and then decided that we'll go that route. We went the proposal route, RFP route already, and it didn't work. So now we're at the point where we have this ITN, and we do have 3 companies that are vying for the project. So until I see the evaluation information, until I see what each of the individual groups have submitted, then I can't see going to an RFP in this meeting without having at least a look at how the evaluation process went.
Okay, Mr. Chair?
You recognize?
Okay, so to my colleague, basically what happened was when we put out, remember we had proposals.
I don't need you to explain it
Okay,
to me,
well,
sir.
no, well, then I'm just talking to the
Okay, I
council.
don't need you to
All right, to the
explain it.
council.
All right.
What happened was we put out an RFP and we had 3 proposals or 4 proposals or whatever that came in. And there was a developer that was chosen, but what happened was there was a claim from one of the developers they were going to file a protest. And out of fear of the protest, they threw out all of the proposals and started all over again. That's not the way you do things. If you followed all the proper procedures, you don't have to worry about a protest. But we worried about the protest and we didn't do it right. We didn't move forward and we threw all those good proposals out. Developers were very upset when that happened. So they weren't going to respond the next week and spend hundreds of thousands of dollars putting together a proposal again after the city went and did that. Now, time has passed and developers are looking at us a little different. Also, the economy, by the way, changed dramatically after those first 3 changed. Developers were very concerned because their cost of construction almost went up 100% in that interim. So people were rethinking on how they were going to do projects and how they were going to develop projects. That has shaken out now, and developers now know where they stand and they know what their costs are. And now they're prepared to put in proposals on projects because they know exactly what the costs are going to be. We didn't know what was going on at that time. I think it just is fairer process to open. I don't care if you start all over again, put out a new RFP. I think you're going to get good proposals. You're going to get better proposals, and it's a fairer process.
So, Chair,
You recognize?
I hear you. I understand what you're trying to accomplish here. But the issue is that some of the things that you're saying, I have not heard before, which means that this board, or at least myself, is not up to speed on from the beginning to where we are now. And I would like to have a clean grasp of how did we get here. And I don't know how we got here. I know that we sent an RFP out. We got no respondents, so we went to the ITN. We got 3 respondents. That's as far as I know about what happened. So all of this other stuff that you say happened, I don't know about it. So I can't make an informed decision about it until I do know. And it's presented by the staff so that I can understand from the start to the finish about where we are now.
Mr. Chair?
Recognized.
Okay, so basically, all you have to do is look at the minutes of the meetings, because this all happened publicly in the meetings. The RFP process went out publicly in the meetings. It was discussed by staff at the meetings, the potential protest and why they threw everything out. It was discussed by the staff that they put it out again right after that and received no proposals. It was discussed by staff that they were putting it out again, but I didn't know, no one really told me that it was going to be an ITN, because I would have spoken up sooner at that time. But that's where we are today. And I think we have an obligation to the community and the taxpayers to get what is best for that site and to make sure that it's a fair process.
Chair,
You recognize.
I mean, I don't want to go back and forth with you, but I just need to be able to have the information that I need to be able to make an informed decision. And some of the information, as I said before, I have not heard. And if you say that it was in the minutes, then so be it. But be that as it may, there is a presentation that is done when we get to this point. The presentation says, this is where we are, this is where we started, these are the people that we're dealing with. Now, if we can go to that meeting and say, hey, no, do it all over again, then that can happen then. But with me not knowing, this is speaking for myself, me not knowing exactly how we got here in terms of all of the other stuff that you say, and I believe you, but I haven't had a presentation from the staff to be able to make that determination. You may be informed enough to make it, but I'm not.
Chair?
You recognize.
Okay, so that's basically why I brought this up today. We seem to always kick things down the road, kick the can down the road. I wanted to bring this up for discussion now so we don't waste another 2 months before we hear the next proposal or what the ITN was. I wanted to jumpstart this and get us moving in the right direction as quick as possible, because every day that site's not developed, we take a chance that the economy is going to go south. We take a chance that a million things could happen, to stop the project from happening. So I think the faster we move to do this the proper way, the better off the city will be.
And I appreciate that, Spirit, as I agree. There's no kicking the can down the road. There's an item that has been sitting pending, and I agree with you. I think that some of the delay and holdup has been our selection of CRA director and the process of bringing someone in, and staff may or may not have wanted to move forward with it. But as the board, I agree. Let's push it forward. Let's get it on the next agenda so that we can have this discussion and make a decision for staff. So I would support that if we can bring this to the next agenda to have a full report discussion and then decide as a board how do we want to proceed.
All right. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments about 6A? Mr. Evans, are you clear with having this on the next agenda item?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, sir.
So I'm not.
You recognize. Go ahead.
On the next agenda item is going to be a presentation. Is that what I'm hearing?
Mr. Evans,
No, you told him to have it on the next meeting. So, I mean,
you're asking me?
yeah.
You're asking me what staff's going to bring back? Mr. Evans, what is your intent of what you understood from this board?
Mr. Chair.
You're recognized.
We would bring back the entire write-up on the process thus far, all of the information that's available, and the findings that have been completed thus far in the project.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Commissioner McCoy, did you want additional items to that?
I want to respond.
Absolutely, you recognize.
So why does that have to be at the next meeting? Because ultimately, I think back at Spiritus's point, all I was asking for was the information. Do we need to wait to a meeting to get staff to give us that information? I mean, seemingly what he's asking for is that when we come in December, that the solicitation is out on the streets, but I don't think that there's nothing that precludes staff from sending us all this information in the interim, so that way here comes December that, we giving these folks 30 days or probably, I don't know. Is it typically a little longer to come together with an actual proposal? Since it's going to be a little more refined and detailed, because it would seemingly be at least 45 to 60 days, I would think. Mr. Scott Evans?
Mr. Chair.
You recognize.
Yes, normally if you're doing a detailed proposal, you would be looking at 60 days.
So, Chair, if I can follow up,
You recognize?
my point is that I don't see why staff would be precluded. Now, I would agree that we should not move forward in ranking, and I'm looking in the solicitation to see if that was actually called out, and I don't see that it was, Mr. Evans. Was it called out for it to be a ranking?
Mr. Chair,
You recognize?
without my being able to look at it right now, I couldn't say. I believe the solicitation provided a process that was envisioned for it to proceed. The City of Riviera Beach Procurement Department handles those. So any action that the board took tonight, I would have to take directly to the procurement director.
Yeah.
You recognize?
Okay, well, I have it here. The CRA director may submit a recommended respondent or quote, short list of a combination to the CRA board and may require presentations by the highest ranked firms to the CRA board. So this is purely within the discretion of the CRA director, Mr. Scott Evans.
Mr.
And I
Chair.
think any deviation, it's on page 30 of the solicitation, any deviations, I think, is going to run afoul to the actual letter of the solicitation.
Mr. Evans?
we were always proposing to follow the solicitation as written.
Right, but the solicitation as written says you have that authority to decide whether or not, as opposed to, what was stated by Commissioner Lanier, that you have the authority to bring forth the short list or all of them before us. So what we don't need to do is sit here and say, Mr. Evans, go back in December and bring us your recommendations, and then go back in January and then let's have interviews of them. And then from there, we're going to decide in February to put out a solicitation. Mr. Scott Evans, I gotta kind of agree. We'll be a year and a half before this ever even gets to the point of actually negotiating something. But I know this is a lot because certainly it's here, but it's very clear. The CRA director may, so that means it's permissible, submit a recommended respondent or short list of a combination to the CRA board and may require presentation. So I don't think there's anything else for us, but I think a gentle nudge to tell our CRA director that we would desire to see these items before us. And how you do that, I think that's within your discretion, sir.
Thank you.
Chair.
Commissioner McCoy, finish?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Commissioner Lanier, you're recognized.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that we don't have to wait that long. The issue is that getting us the information, we can have a special meeting like we're having tonight to do it before the meetings in December. So I don't see what the issue is to bring the information before us, make a decision. And that doesn't take until the next meeting. It could be done in the next 2 weeks. So that's my recommendation.
Thank you. Dr. Spiritus?
I agree with Commissioner Lanier.
Okay. All right. Anything, Ms. Melanson? You okay? No. Commissioners? Okay.
So I'm leaving this as this is the discretion of the CRA director. Is that you have it there, Mr. I'll email it to you, but I just pulled it from Demand Star.
Mr. Chair, if I could
You recognize?
ask a question.
You recognize?
To clarify the direction, so the Commissioner McCoy outlined the options that are listed specifically in the solicitation, and what I'm hearing the feedback is based on those options, bring it back, following those options, bring it back in a way that could move the process along as quickly as possible. Is that correct?
Commissioner McCoy.
Yes, that's my recommendation. Absolutely.
Right, Mr. Chair?
Dr. Spiritus recognized.
So based on what Vice Chair McCoy said with respect to how the ITM was set out, I believe you have the ability, Mr. Evans, to ask all three respondents to spend the next 60 days giving us actual proposals that can go before this board for us to review and make a decision on.
You recognize?
I would concur. That's seemingly what I would gather from that, and I'm sending this to you, Mr. Smith.
Chair,
You recognized?
do we need that long?
Oh, Mr. Chair?
Dr. Swift?
Yeah, I believe that Director Evans said that he normally gives 60 days for the proposals to be submitted, but we could do 45 days.
I would support the 60 days to go forward. I think we should just keep it consistent. You recognize, Commissioner?
There are a lot of mechanics and economics that have to be considered when you got bifurcated lots. And, you know, this is something that they have to determine, number one, what the product is, what the market is, you know, what the demand is, what the financing cost is. I don't think, and the actual design, putting together a conceptual design, you can't do that in 45 days. That's just not fair.
Mr. Chair?
You recognize?
Yeah, I agree. I go back to the 60 days.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
You recognize?
are we saying only the 3 businesses that have developers that have put in, those are the only ones that we're going to accept? Is that what we're saying?
Yes,
Hmm?
folks.
Say it again? But I thought you said we were talking about putting it back out. Are we not doing that anymore?
Mr. Chair?
Ms. Melanson, who are you asking that to?
Whoever,
Anyone? Dr. Spiritus?
Mr. Chair, based on the reading of the ITN, it appears that the director has the authority to negotiate right now with every single person that already responded, and he can go back and ask all of them to come back in 60 days with a full proposal for the board to put on a presentation for the board to review and rank.
Mr. Chair? And, you know, going back to what I said at the very beginning of the meeting, because I did not know this was going to be on the agenda, I am not prepared to even remotely say that I'm okay with it or I'm not okay with it because I have not read the information. So I know I'm not ready to make a decision tonight, but are we saying the next meeting or whatever special meeting that we call, we're going to be looking at those proposals then, or are we going to do the presentation, get the information, and then decide to move forward?
If I can, Mr. Chair.
You recognize?
We're not saying anything. The ball is not in our court. It's with the CRA director. He has the full autonomy under this because this is a legally binding solicitation. So while I think we can express our desires, there's no board action that needs to be taken because I think we needed to bring it forward because there's no need to bring back a presentation. If you're looking at this, it says the CRA director has
I'm not
this.
looking at it, that's the issue.
Well, okay, but just it basically says the CRA director has that. So he should come back with proposal. He doesn't need our direction.
Well, I would like to know if, Mr. Scott Evans, if you can direct me to send me an email with that information, where to go and everything, or maybe Mr. Spiritus, can you let Mr. Scott Evans know where you got all your information, and at least I'll be on the same page with everybody.
Sure.
You recognize?
I just forwarded it to Mr. Evans and Mr. Smith, and I actually identified the PDF page number, so it's plainly there on page 30 of the PDF.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Evans, you recognize?
Yeah, without having researched it and refreshed exactly what it's written, and without having the procurement director here to help advise, I would just ask the board if you do wish to make a decision and direct me to proceed, then do so. I can't advise on the legality or the ability to implement, but whatever the board directs, I would try to do, and I would meet with both legal and procurement to see what's possible.
Chair.
Not prepared to do anything.
Chair.
You recognize, Commissioner.
So, Mrs. Chris Smith, were you able to pull up that document?
Yeah, I'm trying to read it now, but for my earlier comments, you cannot direct him tonight on this item because this item wasn't properly noticed. You've had a discussion, and I'll read the proposal and make sure if he has that authority, he can go by the discussion that the board has had, but you cannot direct him to do anything on this item this evening.
Hey, Mr. Chair?
You recognize?
All right, so then I would suggest, Mr. Evans, that you meet with all 3 people that submitted proposals under the ITN, and request that they spend the next 60 days putting together a proposal for the site and come back to us at that time. Thank you.
Let me.
That's not a
Mr.
directive, that's a
Mr.
suggestion.
Mr. Chair.
You recognize
So
Commissioner McCoy.
it's not a directive, but it is a violation of the cone of silence. So he's not able to meet with them. All information needs to be disseminated uniformly, and any meetings have to be public because we're still operating without an award. So I don't think he can actually meet with them, Commissioner Spears. Everything has to be.
Good point, Vice Chair. Thank you.
Additional comments from the board? Mr. Evans, are you clear with the direction?
He's clear that he needs to go back to look at the ITN to figure out what that calls out, because I think any action that we tell him is going to run afoul and somebody inherently is going to be harmed or potentially harmed. Let's not even go down that road, members. We've seen this, like we've been juggling this project for at least 3 years.
And to that point, I think that was why Commissioner Miller Anderson led with, she didn't want to have this discussion tonight. So we did go around about to have the item to decide on just bringing it back at the next meeting, I'm assuming. Or we'll discuss this next week. We still don't have any clear direction. What are we doing with this? Next agenda, we're gonna
Next
do what?
agenda.
We're gonna do what?
You
Mr.
have
Chair?
it on, you
Mr.
have
Chair?
it on the next agenda, proceeding, but we'll work on the presentation that the executive director is, interim executive director is able to make, according to the wording of the proposal.
And these discussions do have to happen because we have to operate in the sunshine. So I understand why Dr. Spears wanted to bring it up tonight. So thank you, Dr. Spears, for bringing it before us. Additional comments? Thank you. 7A?
Mr. Chair.
I'm
one
sorry.
more.
Who's that? Yeah, you're
As
recognized.
Board Member Lanier said, hopefully we don't have to wait another 30 days or another 60 days. I would suggest that the director call a special meeting so we can get this moving as fast as possible.
Thank you, sir. 7A board?
Item 7A, Executive Director Search. The acceptance of public comment cards are now closed. Mr. Chair, we have no comment cards.
Thank you, Mr. Scott Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to introduce Mr. Jim Deneen from MGT Executive Recruitment. He has a presentation for the board on their progress thus far and their recommendation for the board to select, I believe, 5 or less candidates for future interviews. Mr. Deneen.
Thank you. Good evening, board members, Mr. Chair. I will tell you so that I tell you right up front, I have an infection in my one ear, so I can't hear. So if you say something, I'm not trying to ignore you. Bottom line is that we did very well in our solicitation. I know that you are on a time frame so that you could try to interview people in a timely manner to get the position filled. We went out extensively. We advertised. We went through our network. We got 45 resumes. The electronic book that you were sent has all this in that, all that information in. Got 45 resumes. 10 states were represented, and 31 of the resumes came from Florida residents. Of the 45 resumes, obviously my job is to try and help you. You make the decision who you want. My job is to try and help you narrow that pool down. Of that 45, 7 of the people appeared to have the kind of qualifications that on paper appear that they could do the job based on the criteria that you outlined in the job proposal on what you needed. Based on that, I interviewed about an hour on each candidate in Zoom and went over all the details of their experience, what the job entailed, and tried to understand how they related their experience to what you need, with also the understanding of trying to understand the dynamics of the person in terms of cultural fit and chemistry. Because obviously the person has to work with you and you have to be able to communicate effectively. I've seen people that have really good skills and they're not very good communicators. They either don't listen or they're not good at communicating, which can be a real problem. I also look, because of my experience being a county manager for 12 and a half years here in Florida, I worked with cities that had 22 different CRAs. So you really start to understand what it takes, what those people need to know and how they need to communicate with you. Of the 7 people, My recommendation is that 4 of the people were definitely stronger than the other 3. You can tell if I get you the book ahead of time so you could see. The really encouraging thing was this usually doesn't happen. Usually we'll get the top candidates and there'll be some variation between them. You never know until you interview them, have to ask the questions. It has to fit what you need. Interestingly enough, the 4 top people are they got their different ways, but they're very interesting candidates with really good background. And I felt that all 4 were almost equal in terms of their ability to do the job based on what you're looking for. So at this point, it's really you deciding who you want to consider interviewing. I've given you the list earlier enough. I know, talking to the chair, that I think the board was trying to make sure that you could move this along efficiently, and you're running into Thanksgiving and Christmas. It appears if you have decided that you can get to this 4 or 5 people to interview in person, it would make sense for us to be able to offer them an opportunity maybe the second week in December, which is unusual. Most of my clients run into Christmas and New Year's to interview. That's usually a pretty good week. You're far enough out of Thanksgiving and you still got some time before Christmas because people are going to have to fit their schedules and your schedules for you to do the interview. The interview, if you do it in person, you're talking about a 5-hour day, because what you end up doing is spending about 40 minutes with each candidate in person. We tend to, under the Florida law, sequester people so that, you receive the questions that morning. You help me with what you want. I make sure you have questions for that day. No one sees those questions for transparency until the day of the meeting. You ask your questions. Everything's in front of the public. Everything's taped. You make a decision then based on how those people answered them. Not only how they answer the questions, but is this a person I can work with? Do they communicate effectively? Are they going to be the person that, for example, our residents are going to be able to communicate effectively, which really is important to CRA. We tend to keep those candidates then separated during the interview. So you'd see one at a time. We sequester the people. That way you can, they never hear each other. And that way it's all taped. And then you can bring them back if you want to do additional interview with candidates, because that happens sometimes. People are torn between maybe 2 and they want to re-interview or ask additional questions. The good news is we got quite a few resumes, but more importantly, it's how many good candidates you had that were really interested. And part of the criteria that I looked at was, are people coming for the right motivation? Do they really want the job? Do they have good reasons why they want the job? Are they going to be here for the long run? Are they really interested in Riviera Beach? We tend to weed people out that are just job hopping, or one of the things, it didn't happen in this case, but sometimes you also get people from out of state. And one thing we always weed out is whether somebody is making a move because, now there are reasons to move to Florida. There are good reasons, family, there's a lot of reasons. But sometimes people move because they think it's a better place for them in the long run to retire. If that's their motivation, we weed those people out. But I was very impressed by the 7 people, especially the top 4. And I hope that helps.
A question.
Ms. Melanson, you recognize.
You said that you sent information over to us already
Correct.
by email or where?
Shirley would have had it. That was all given to each of the board members. It's an electronic book that had all the information.
You got it? Where is it? Email?
Shirley sent it out to, I got the whole booklet. I think Shirley gave it to us.
Mr. Nero, did you drop it off, or is email or what?
Mr. Chair,
You recognize.
the documents was emailed last week to each individual commissioner.
It came from you?
Yes.
And then the other thing, you said that you interviewed them for an hour. Are you talking about the 7?
I interviewed all 7.
Okay.
And out of the 7, 4 stood out. There were 3 other good candidates, but the 4 stood out on their own, I thought, above the other 3.
Commissioner Lanier, you have a question? I'm sorry, Dr. Spanish?
Chair, I'm just wondering, are we going to have the ability to add people onto that list or change people right now before we do the interviews?
Under Florida law, what we do in our position is we never influence who you hire. We help you. Okay, that's all we're allowed to really do. I gave you all of the resumes. In addition, even the ones that I didn't interview, You can add anybody you want. Usually the issue comes down, most cases, here's what you have to talk to your attorney about this. Usually if you have a solicitation for something like this and you have a deadline, adding people's fine, but we want to add people that fit the deadline. If for some reason, I've had clients have this problem, if there was someone that they wanted to interview and they, for some reason, didn't hand in their resume, my suggestion then is that you maybe extend it for a week or something so that you give people an opportunity, so that you didn't have someone have a resume that never handed it in on your process. That's my suggestion if they want to do something like that. But yes, you hire whoever you want. You can add anybody else. My job is to try and find you the best people that are interested in the job.
Thank you.
Any recommendation for interviews? What deadline or timeline would you be looking to do those interviews?
What I'm thinking is because of Christmas, we would ask people, let me look. Because you have to give, your schedule has to meet, and then the candidates have to be able to get here. And because most all these people are gainfully employed, so they have to figure out when they're going to be here. It would not be unrealistic. And this I tried to do specifically. I moved some clients around because I knew your time frame and to get this out. There's no reason we couldn't ask people to do the interviews the week of the 9th. I say that because that tends to be one of the few weeks in that period of time where people can focus on what they're doing in terms of a job. They're past Thanksgiving, they're not at Christmas yet, and they can make plans because it's usually on either side of vacation. You start getting closer to Christmas or closer to Thanksgiving, and then you have problems getting people.
Mr. Chair,
You recognize Vice Speakers?
just to go on the record, I will not be here on the 9th and the 10th. I'll be in Washington, D.C. on city business.
Thank you.
If you had to, like I said, it's that whole week. If you had to, you could go to the next week. We could try because you still got some time before Christmas.
Mr. Scott Evans, the next set of CRA business, I know we just discussed an item tonight that we're looking to bring. Did we have anything else that's going to be pending or pressing coming back before us on that 11th meeting?
Mr. Chair?
You recognize?
Yes, we do have some items that we do need to bring on the 11th, but it's possible we could review those and perhaps only bring the ones that are critical if you wanted to proceed with interviews that day.
Well, considering with interviews and maybe limiting those items and possibly bringing them in January, unless they're time sensitive. I know Ms. Jenkins had some items that she wanted us to discuss as well on the 11th, but with us interviewing anywhere potentially 4+ candidates, that's going to take at least 4 to 5 hours, not to mention any other additional candidates we want to add. So I don't want to make that meeting too cumbersome, especially with the CRA business that we have to address as well. So I was looking at the 11th or the 12th board. That is a couple weeks before the holidays. And I'm going to see if we could possibly just have our city council meeting on the 4th, our CRA meeting on the 11th, and then take a break for the rest of the year. But that's going to be based on staff. You recognize Ms. Anderson?
If we do find that we have more, are we opposed to a Saturday? Oh, okay. Just a suggestion. I know we've done it before and provided enough time to be able to get it done.
That's just my opinion, board.
I mean, it seems like that seems to be everybody's opinion up here, it looks like, just from the looks. I mean, otherwise we'll be here till 12 at night, so however which way you want to. I'm available.
So the earlier in December, the better for me. The later is going to be very difficult with my timeline. So the personal business is going to take precedence with the family. So I would prefer to try to get this done as early as possible in December, board. If I could get the support the first or second week in December, if we can kind of knock that out as early as possible.
I'm fine with the 11th if it works for the schedule.
Okay. So Mr. Evans, what we probably want to see is just very limited items on the CRA, preferably consent items, and if anything is pressing put on there. I know Dr. Spirit has recommended 2,600, but outside of that, if we can just limit it, so we can just save it for the interviews, and if we can move forward with the candidates for the 11th of December.
Okay.
Wednesday afternoon, if we want to start the meeting, possibly 5 o'clock, board. So earlier start time?
Earlier better, because you want to get people here, get them, you want to have time.
Yeah.
Because one of the things that can happen is, say you get down to, you get all these people here, and these 4 candidates are really good. I think they are. So I think it may be a tough decision between 2 of them. And sometimes you have to bring them back and ask them more questions so you can make up your mind, for their sake and for yours. So you want to give yourself adequate time.
So we're board on 5 p.m.
Mhm.
All right.
All
So
right. So I just need something from you, giving me direction. And what we'll do is we'll try to coordinate. You want to try and coordinate for the 11th is what you're trying to do that day?
for 11th, 5 p.m. start time for the council meeting interviews, possibly starting between 5:30 and 6.
Okay,
So that we can get to the CRA business first, public comment, and then go with the interviews.
no problem. You will be here till late. I'll be here.
We're used to it.
I cleared my schedule, so I'm used to it too.
11 is typical time for us, so we'll be ready.
The one thing I will suggest to protect you under Florida law, if for some reason you think there's a candidate, you have a right to interview anybody. If you think that there's a candidate you want to interview that may not have given you a resume, okay, please, what I would suggest our company would do is we would open it back up. You should open it up to the public for a couple of days, and that person put in their resume through the process so that no one can ever criticize. I don't want you getting criticized. So if there's somebody else you want to interview, then they need it. You should open it for a couple of days.
But to that point, was the interview process, were they able to submit applications online? Was there a portal? So it's been open.
You could not have had a more open public process. We advertised a lot of places to get 45 candidates for this job. It's a snapshot in time.
Well, hold on. I think my question is for my colleague, Dr. Spiritus, the thought process of were you looking at adding somebody from the list or somebody that did not reply?
Oh, I just want to leave it open. Maybe there's someone that wasn't on the list that we want to add.
How do-
Maybe there's someone, Mr. Chair.
All the 45 outside that did not apply?
Maybe outside. And also there is a possibility that there's someone that already responded and maybe they want to redo their resume or, rethink things. So we want to give them the ability to, have a fair opportunity to be.
Oh, I see that's a little different. I think what you're saying is, in addition to our process,
Right.
you're thinking about, you may have to add, that's different. Then yes, you have a right to add whoever you want. In other words, you're not putting it part of this, you're putting it as an addition to the process, not part of the process that we already did.
Dr. Spiritus, I think my only concern with that is we had a very open, transparent process with this. We had 2 separate phases. And if you're possibly talking about somebody that applied last time that wants to maybe interview that we as a board would consider a majority, I would take consideration of that. But somebody that didn't reply at all to either one, I wouldn't be supportive of.
Well, I just think that we shouldn't close the door right now. Let's just be open and see what happens.
Okay.
We have the ability to do this, and I think we should keep everything on the table right now.
So what your direction to me, I assume, is for me to try and get the candidates to make sure that all of them can make it that day. Right. And generally what we do is, because they're all equal candidates, is we'll bring them in then and they'll be interviewed alphabetically. So no one looks like they're first, second, and third. I even run into that problem.
Attorney Smith, noticing for the meeting as well for December 11th for interviews.
The first question is, were we talking about interviewing the 7 or the 4 as suggested by the consultant?
I'm okay with the 4, but pleasure of the board.
When we get to the 4, when are we? Huh?
It's in they narrowed it down from
The 4?
45 down to 7, and then they have a
Down
top
to
4.
Then we have the top 4.
I will tell you, just so you understand, if you do 4, you will spend at least 5 hours. There's no way around it. So as many as you add, you can add as many as you want, but it's a lot of time.
Sure.
Goodness.
But if he's saying that we want to add, we're going to add on the spot, or are we having another opportunity to change up the 4 before the day of the interviews?
Board,
Mr. Chair.
you recognize?
So we don't have to take anybody actually after we interview. We could turn them all down and then open it up again. But I think we should start with the 4 that's recommended by our consultant. And if we want to add somebody beforehand, we'll follow the process that the consultant recommended, and maybe we'll have 5 or 6. Just so the consultant understands, a 5-hour meeting is really short for this commission. So we're used to that.
I worked in government for 45 years.
Let's
I
see.
understand.
I think the concern, though, that I'm hearing, Dr. Spirit, is if we don't decide as a board tonight to add them, we're not having another meeting on the CRA side before the 11th. So we'd have to decide tonight if we're going to add additional candidates.
But
One
To interview.
one clarification that may help you, something Dr. Spirit has said, is that if you interview these 4 and you could not agree on these 4, that may be the time you want to look at somebody else. I feel very comfortable that you're going to find somebody in that 4.
Well, I'm not sure. What is
Mr. Chair, I
Yeah.
just think that we should have the ability, if we come up with someone that was not on this list, or somebody new that all of a sudden decided they wanted to apply, that we should be able to send that person to the consultant. And if the consultant feels that that person is qualified, to make it number 5 or number 6 to go before the board.
Thank you. Commissioner McCoy, you recognize.
Yes, yeah, that goes against the very purpose of us having a rules and deadlines to now go through that and then now open it back up for someone who wasn't initially there. This seems unfair, and this seems like we'll be going through this again. And I think, members, when we deviated, well, better yet, when the former CRA executive director deviated with changing the committee, that started this whirlwind of issue after issue, and that's why we're here in this process now. So I think if we take it as presented, but I can't possibly see that somebody's cousin is going to come and apply for the CRA executive director, and one of the members up here is going to say, oh yeah, by the way, let's add this person. I'm not doing that. I don't have time for that. That's just not what I'm willing to do.
Mr. Chair?
You can't be Johnny come late and then expect that now you're going to move to the front of the lineup. I mean, because if that's the case, we ought to forget about any rule. We ought to forget about any solicitation parameters. We can't do that.
Dr. Spirit, you recognize.
Well, we do remember, as Vice Chair says, we do remember the last time we had this process, and the process went right out the door at the meeting. So we didn't even follow the process. We started the process, and in the middle of the process, we ended the process. So it never even happened. I'm just suggesting that if somebody great shows up, why not leave the door open before the 11th? If it's before the 11th, why close the door? If the consultant agrees that this person is somebody that we should really be thinking about, at the last minute, we convince that person, or that person didn't realize that it was
I need to
out.
add something. We can't.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on 1 second. Dr. Spirit, did you finish, please?
Yeah, I'm just saying that we should leave it up to the consultant, but we should be able to direct someone to the consultant and give the consultant the ability to bring somebody else before the board if they feel that that person's worthy.
There's a problem with that, is that as a company, we have our reputation. We go by the date, the deadline. The only way we ever change that is if you extend the deadline. Now, there is a difference. I'll go back to the same statement. This does happen. If for some reason you would not agree on any of the candidates, then I think you've gone through process, and then you can add somebody. But to try and have us now to add somebody after we close the process, you can add them, but as a consultant, that's not appropriate for us to do. Once we send out the solicitation, there's a deadline. Now we can extend the deadline. We've done that, but now you can do anything you want. My suggestion is do the 4 interviews and see if that you have 4 really good people that really wanted the job, that took the time to put in a resume. And we did an extensive advertising. So a lot of people knew. And then if that fails, then I think you are it's game on about maybe adding somebody.
Mr. Chair?
You recognize Dr. Spirit.
So my question is to the consultant. So you do have the authority, if you feel it's not, you set the deadlines, right? We didn't set the
No,
deadlines.
you agreed to the deadlines.
Oh, we agreed to the
client.
deadlines.
The client has to agree to the deadline.
But did we do that publicly? Did we do that at the meeting?
Yes, yes, you did, sir.
We did. We did that by
I thought so, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Additional comments from the board? So interviews for December 11th 5 p.m. start time for CRA, noticing the candidates. Do we want to interview the 4 or the 7 top candidates? I'm okay with the top 4.
Upwards, go with me, Chair.
Thank you. Additional comments from the board?
I'm fine with the 4.
Okay. Thank you, commissioners. So we're going to interview December 11th. We're going to try to get the top 4 here for interviews, and it's going to be in person.
Okay, I assume you want me to be here. I cleared my schedule to manage the process.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Really appreciate it.
How much does it cost to have you here?
Just the travel coming down.
Okay, all right. I guess we can figure that out.
And I'm in New Smyrna Beach, so I can drive here in 3 hours.
Well, we're not buying any meals, all right?
Okay,
Cool.
I'll cook for you that night.
I'll bring a snack.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for the presentation, sir. We appreciate it. 7B, Mr. Evans? I'm sorry, Ms. Clerk,
17.
7C or 7? Oh, we
7C,
moved that
Mr.
consent.
Chair,
Thank you.
7C.
Yes, 7C.
Resolution number 2024-21, approving the disposition of vacant infill properties for the purposes of affordable housing development to Revere Beach Community Development Corporation. The acceptance of public comment cards are now closed. Mr. Chair, we have 1 comment card.
Mr. Chair,
You recognize?
so, pardon me, I was out in the hall listening. So before we take this item, I just want to be clear. So if we're going to move that to the 11th, should we assume that that is going to be our regularly scheduled meeting and we're not going to meet again in December?
Yes, sir. And we decided that we're going to just try to limit the agenda just to the 2600 and any other pertinent CRA matters. Hopefully anything that may need to be on consent, but 2600 discussion that we asked for Mr. Evans to bring back.
Okay, but that would be no presentations for 2600, correct?
Well, yeah, we're gonna leave it open for a presentation.
Well, I meant presentations from the respondents.
Oh, no, I think we're just gonna have a discussion of how we're gonna proceed.
And we'll be doing the interviews first.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, you're right.
I think it's really open to the director, what the process is that he's going to follow right now. He has the authority to go back to these people and ask for proposals. He has a lot of options. So I think we have to really leave that up to the director at this point.
Yeah, so we'll discuss that on the 11th, and then we'll have the interviews first.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Resolution?
So
Motion?
moved.
Do I have a second?
So moved.
That's a second, Dr. Spiritus. Second from Dr. Spiritus, motion made by Commissioner McCoy. Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. Or Ms. Jenkins, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Lawson, Commissioners. This item is for final disposition of 6 CRA lots for the infill housing program with the Community Development Corporation and other partners, including community partners and HBR developers. You all heard this item back in April and passed a resolution for the disposition of the lots and directed staff to notice the disposition. The item was disposed of, or notice was placed in the paper for disposition, and 1 proposal was received from the CDC. And I will ask if there are any questions about the final disposition. Let me just note for the record that Linda Charles is here representing community partners, and Mr. Darrell Leonard with the CDC, our chairperson, is here in the audience as well.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins, and welcome, Ms. Linden. Thank you, Brother Leonard. Comments from the board?
The capacity. I looked specifically at the property in the 1000 block of West 30th Street that was granted to CRA probably 3 years ago. It still hasn't changed titles. Like, what, can you speak of this? Because I looked at some of the backup information and I'm not clear as to exactly what milestones are being met with the current housing initiatives that the CDC is undertaking, and also what the waiting list is looking like, because we send people through home buyer programs, but we don't have enough homes to put them in. And I'm concerned if the progress and process that the CDC use, is that even sufficient enough to keep up with the ever-growing demand, especially when we have large-scale developments that's doing much larger projects in, probably equal or the same amount of time.
I'm not sure which question to take first, so let me take a stab. And if I miss anything, if you would allow me to. I think that with our Community Development Corporation, with our current staff, consultants, and partners, we have excellent capacity in order to undertake 6 infill lots. The CDC was able, with our partners, to secure a grant from the state for a pilot infill program and presented a proposal that was scored highest in the state. We have endeavored to move through the underwriting process, endeavored to move through the permitting process, etc., finding additional dollars in order to facilitate home ownership. You're referring to rental projects that you might see going up around the county, which are very difficult to undertake at this point. Right now, in the pipeline of the CDC, we have the largest number of homeowner units that will be coming online than any other nonprofit in the county. And we've been successful in finding additional leverage and working with buyers, with our partners, in order to bring it to market. Riviera Beach has a 35% homeownership rate. And if anyone who is watching the homeownership market in our city and in the county, you must know that homeownership is incredibly difficult to make happen. A few months ago, the median price of housing homeownership was around $650,000. I heard a statistic the other day that caused me to gasp, where the average price of homeownership is now at $1 million in our county. So trying to put together the various sources, put together the property, which let me point out that 6 lots is but a drop in the bucket. If you had other lots to give to the CDC, we would gladly take them. We have a pipeline of buyers that we work very diligently with through our home buyer classes, through our financial coaching, through our counseling, and we do it in conjunction with other partners. We have this project. You'll be hearing an update on Villas of Solana very shortly, which
I
is.
reclaim my time. That's not germane. Okay, I don't
But
care
you
about.
ask about the ability
Villas
for
of Solana.
housing.
So
But-
listen.
I'm sorry.
I'm concerned, right? Because I'm not about to convey properties and then there's a 5-year reverter. If you guys are serious as you say you are and you have funding, it doesn't take 5 years to build a single family home. That's why I asked the question about capacity, because there's nothing that's so unique about you guys other than you having already funding, but I'm sure I can go and we can put this out separately and then folks can actually bid on these individually. Perhaps it's economies of scale, but you got to be able to give me something better than you guys have 5 years to do this. That's not.
We didn't ask for 5 years to do it. We're ready to move forward. Our partners are here. We have the buyers and we have the financing to build the homes. And just to reiterate about the house at 2032 that you mentioned that's still sitting there, there is a buyer whose family had particular circumstances that we were asked to work with that buyer for that home. And that's why we've not completed it. We could very well have completed it and sold it 10 or 20 times over. But just trying to be sensitive to the clientele that we have here, Commissioner. To complete these, take these 6 lots, which we think we can develop into 7 homes, we think is a great opportunity to not only recapture some of the vacant, derelict lots that are within our CRA, but to create homeownership for our working families. So we're just asking for an opportunity to move forward with this project.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
So you don't need 5 years. We're going to move that down to 3 years. So can we change that in our resolution? Are you okay with that?
I'm okay with that if you make a commitment that we'll be able to process things through the city in a timely fashion, which I'm sure we will.
I'll end with you on that, Ms. Jenkins. That has been a problem.
I was gonna say that's a hard commitment right there, Ms. Jenkins.
Yeah, that's been a problem.
That ain't
So
on us.
I guess you got a good point. I just want to make sure that we're moving, Ms. Jenkins, and I'm not trying to. Well, you don't know this. I'm sure your thoughts of me are probably something that you think I may take this to be extreme, but I just hate that we get here and it seems like deja vu. It's like we've had these kind of meetings before. In fact, the last item, we talked about how we would do a CRA executive director process, and when we got here, that completely changed. So I just don't want to get, down the road and then we find out this item came up and now we got issues and now we got to come back here. And I can tell you it's happened time and time again. We seen this with the Black Golf Museum. They had to come back and ask for more time because they couldn't get it together. And want to be really optimistic, but you brought up a very valid point, and I think I don't even have anything else to say to you, Ms. Jenkins. I just really wanted to get done. But what I didn't see on this, and I'm gonna look again, was I see a resolution. I don't see any kind of development agreement. Is there any kind of sales agreement or sales contract? Because a resolution in itself is not sufficient. At least not in my opinion.
Generally, for infill lots for a small project like this, there would not be an overall development agreement. Generally, the way we've done it with the county is to use a special warranty deed that would have the conditions. There's a reverter, that there is a restrictive covenant to make sure that the properties are used for affordable workforce housing, et cetera, and that is sold to a certain demographic. So those could be listed in a special warranty deed. And you have your resolution, and I think it gives the authority to the executive director and perhaps the chair to sign those documents. So we would do it with, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Smith, with the contract for sale and purchase.
I'm going to follow up.
You recognize?
Thank you. Ms. Jenkins, great point. And you may be right. However, we absolutely did a development agreement, a comprehensive development agreement when we conveyed properties to the Riviera Beach Housing Authority, and we made all of these stipulations. I'm not going to make it any less. I'm not going to go away with that provision. I think we certainly need to have it because we can't sit here and give them 10 properties and then make them do all of these type of things and they have to have commitments, and that's not going to work. That's a double standard. I mean, both of you guys are our orphan children. We got the CRA, CDC, and then we also have the Riviera Beach Housing Authority. Those are agencies that are either directly or indirectly created by a function of the Riviera Beach City Council or the Riviera Beach CRA. So I don't think that we should be treating you guys any different.
Sir, back in April, when you directed staff to file a notice of disposition and to request proposals, the CDC submitted a full proposal to the CRA executive director that gave backup information, et cetera. So for us to go back and negotiate an entire development agreement with 3 entities, we're going to lose our funding and the opportunity. These are 6 infill lots.
So what? That's the same exact thing we made those folks do. And they stood up here and they had the same funding mechanism. So if you don't think, I'm not going to support it because we did, Commissioner Spiritus, surely you were here on the board. That was one of the first items that we undertook, that we made it almost mountainous for these folks to be able to get 10 properties. And we're just going to give it to you with a resolution of the city council with no kind of legal recourse other than waiting 5 years or waiting to an actual breach of the warranty deed. Well, that's the way it works. That's where I'm at. And I'm welcoming anybody to go against what we've already established as a precedent here.
We do have a public comment card, though. If we could take the public comment card and just come back to the board, Dr. Spears. Okay, thank you. Public comment.
Mr. Chair,
You recognize.
Mary Brown.
You.
Miss Mary Brown, Riviera Beach. Can you hear me? Good evening, Chair and Board. I totally agree about the concept of having homes in here. At the county level, Mayor Marie Sykes they're going to get those tiny homes in there because come January 2025, the homeless population, not just the homeless population, but that homeless population includes affordable housing for those that need housing. Now, I was in here in April and we went through this. We regurgitated some of this, having the perimeters that are put in place that if we do it for one, we have to do it for all. We just have to construct business in the way that business should be done. So if we're going to say that we want these I's dotted and these T's crossed, then let's make sure, because this CRA is going to sunset here, and it's bound to catch up with us. We have a very limited of time here. So let's not go, if we're going to execute this, let's go ahead on and build these homes here, because they definitely need it in our city. And the lots are, I have them here, 179 West 17th Street for the general public, 178 West 16th Street, 1201 Avenue F, 173 West 13th Street, 55 West 14th Street, and 47 West 14th Street. Miss Bram and the residents, because we want to move this city here. And we want to see the growth that we can have. If we build, others will come. And everybody is looking for affordable housing or wherever they can live at. Rent is astronomical. And the home rate here, on the top of my head, is 35%. So we do need it, but we also need fairness, just like if we execute one, we must execute those agreements, because this is what happens time and time again. Things falls in the crack. So we need to do these things here.
Thank you for coming.
And do it business-wise. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, if you can, make sure you set the timer next time for me, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Spears, you recognize.
Mr. Chair, as you know, I support affordable housing, and I've spent most of my life developing affordable housing and pushing for affordable housing. But I do have to agree with Vice Chair McCoy. We set a precedent and a policy here, and we can't selectively enforce that policy. I think we have to follow the same procedure, and I'm going to support Councilman McCoy's position on this.
Chair,
You recognize.
I'd like to support the position of moving forward. We understand that this process, because I'm going to ask Ms. Jenkins, what could the board do to help this process along? But the issues are, what they are. I understand that the city, and I've said this before, the city has more development on the table than ever in its history. So, of course, there's going to be bottleneck in procurement. There's going to be bottleneck in developmental services. And that is no excuse, but it's an understanding of how things are happening in this city. And they're happening, and we're trying to make them happen rapidly. So I agree with moving forward. I understand that because I supported the deal with the housing authority, but I think these are two different entities. Number one, with the CDC having a total status, the Riviera Beach Housing Authority has a whole different type of status. It's not like apples and oranges. It's just a small apple and a bigger apple. And I think that what's happening is that that's how we get bogged down. If we want to have a development agreement, then we can make that as a stipulation, but we need to move forward. The issue is dire in terms of home ownership, and it is dire in terms of affordability. So we can use that as a stipulation, but we need to move forward with getting this process going.
Mr. Chair?
You recognize.
Right. I've been a developer for many years. I don't understand what will take so long in getting a development agreement put together for such a small number of units. This should not be a major task. I think you should be able to meet the deadline and meet the process, the requirements of the procedures as well.
What is the deadline, to add on to that question?
We're past the deadline, and just to be respectful, that was not a requirement when the original resolution was approved in April. You asked that the disposition plan pursuant to the CRA regulations be issued, and the CDC responded with a proposal. And thank you for the comments. The CDC, a Community Development Corporation, is not the same as a housing authority. But to that point, in terms of affordable housing, we brought and already have the funding for the project and the buyers. And I think that's the distinction with the housing authority. A development agreement lays out the roles and responsibilities. And in our proposal, we presented the roles and responsibilities of the entities that would be involved. And I've said that with a special warranty deed, and the attorney might suggest a different structure, the protections for the city, which is Commissioner McCoy's concern, would be laid out. We've done that with the county before, with the time limit for performance, with the demographic target, and with the purpose that it would be used for. And we're prepared to move ahead. I'm just afraid that with the delays, and we submitted our proposal in June, and we're just able to get to a board meeting in November, that we're going to lose this funding. And we have buyers who have already expressed interest, who signed letters of intent with deposits for these lots. Our builder is ready to go, our partner.
So to follow up, Ms. Jenkins, thank you. I did have sense the sense of urgency during our agenda review and want to proceed. I am leaning towards the concern with my colleagues, Vice Chair and Commissioner Spiritus, with the development agreement, but this is a different deal. So I would say that based upon these details and what we're trying to process with getting affordable housing done, I really want to see this done. My biggest concerns are going to be who's going to be building these units. Do we have a developer already selected?
Yes, the type of funding that we applied for required certain levels of experience. One small builder met that requirement that we could identify, and he partnered with us, Harold Davidson, with HBR developers. So that is the company that is laid out with the state, that was approved by the state, and Ms. Linda Charles with Community Partners. So it's a three-legged partnership. And he has plans, we have development budgets, we have buyers, and we have our bridge financing as well as funding
Local
from the state.
developer? Are they local?
He's local. He has construction underway in the city. He's done quite a few homes in our area and in West Palm Beach.
Mr. Chair?
And just follow up, give me one moment, Dr. Spiritus. So with that local vendor that was procured, I want to make sure that local vendors are participating and subs are working on these projects.
Yes, sir.
So in addition to providing home ownership for our local residents, is also making sure the local vendors are benefiting from that as well.
Yes,
So
sir.
how are we going to continue that process with the subs on the deal?
What we will do, like we have talked about doing with our other projects, is inviting subs to the table. Once this is approved by you, we will have a meeting of local subcontractors to let them know about this opportunity and others that are coming forth with community partners and with the CDC and perhaps with the CRA in the city. And advise them of it and ask them, about their participation. They negotiate with the builder, but it is our intent to keep this project local.
And timeline is how quickly we can get some shovels in the ground.
We would expect, and again, that
Of course, the
depends
delays upon the city.
about the
But based
permit, et
upon the
cetera.
CDC in a perfect world, what does this look like?
I would say in January.
Okay.
We could have a groundbreaking fairly quickly. But with the holidays coming, we would think in the January timeframe.
And what we would want to see is seeing this done as quickly as possible,
Yes, sir.
allowing for some home ownership to be created.
Yes,
A lot
sir.
of properties we've provided to this other entity, for example, the Housing Authority. I'm going to ask the board to support getting an update on that. So that's a separate and part, not germane to this, but to my colleagues' concerns, we want to hold the same process and policies for each item, but we also want to see some development done. So I don't want to just provide this land over to CDC and then not see anything get done with it.
Yes, sir.
All right.
We understand.
Commissioner Spiritus and then Commissioner McCoy.
Mr. Chair, I'm just wondering whether or not we're going to have a performance bond and a payment bond on this project, as we required the Housing Authority.
For a project this small, keep in mind, this is affordable housing, home ownership. You consider these one-off deals, and you wouldn't provide a performance bond for a project this small.
Mr. Chair?
Recognized.
Yeah, we did do that on a small project for the Housing Authority. We required that on their single-family infill sites. So I don't understand why we're selectively enforcing the rules that we had set up.
Was that just on the infield sites or on the total? Was it
On both projects, we
Wasn't it the whole
required them to
project?
we required them to give us a performance bond and
But didn't that
they were
also
separate, they
include
were
the-
considered separate projects.
separate from the 11 lots and
Right,
the,
didn't we
so it
do
was
that
separate?
separate?
I thought it was based upon the whole project. The performance bond was based upon the land for the Alpha site, Boys and Girls Club, and the 11 lots. So I think it was a larger project. So we're comparing the two projects when we have these 6 properties versus the 11 plus the lot.
I thought we
I
did
don't
them,
have it in front
I
of me,
thought
so
we
I'm
did
not
them as two separate resolutions.
They were separate.
They were separate resolutions. I
Right.
don't have it in front of me, so I'm not sure.
Chair.
So
Yeah, they
we
were done as
required,
separate.
so they were separate? Okay. That's, Commissioner McCoy.
Ms. Jenkins, as much as I am inclined to help you, I mean, you make me feel that you guys are so unprofessional. You come in here and you tell me about you got LOIs that's already signed for properties that you don't even have. Like, we haven't even so much as seen this before the agenda was published. And to sit here and make me feel like I'm in a guilt place where if I take a no vote now, I'm voting against affordable housing when you've already telling me you got buyers that's lined up, puts me in a situation where I have to hold my nose and vote. And I feel like I'm voting under duress. Because technically, this is the same exact thing we did at the Riviera Beach Housing Authority. And you made this statement as if I'm supposed to be more convinced that the CDC met with the executive director. Well, you're the CDC and you met with your boss. So I don't know exactly what that does for me as far as providing assurances that this was, in my opinion, above independence, having that level of independence. But, I vote my conscience and my conviction, and it's not there right now. You can't tell me about the sense of urgency and how much we need this. More importantly, this board in 2019 brought forth an initiative that we had to revise our policy on how we dispose of surplus property. And now we're going to just dispose of that whole entire process and now try to fast track this because there's all of a sudden funding deadline. While it may have been specific for the city, I think the same thing holds true for the CRA.
Commissioner, with any due respect, I take offense at being called
And
unprofessional. I did not have
You
a
need a tissue?
conversation with the executive director. We presented an arm's length package in response to a published notice. And we submitted a proposal that was submitted to the CRA that was provided to the executive director. And I did that in conjunction with our partners. In terms of being under duress, we presented this item in April of this year.
Chair,
Commissioner McCoy, you finished?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Lanier, you're recognized.
I have to agree with Ms. Jenkins. That is very disrespectful to call people unprofessional. It is not indicative of what this board is trying to present. There is a way that you can talk with people. There's a way that you can say things to people other than trying to disrespect them or make them feel a type of way. Now, if you feel a type of way, then you vote no. That is just how this democracy works. But you don't have to offend and demean people to be able to get your point across. That's all I have to say.
Okay, Mr. Chair,
You're recognized.
I would ask that I raise a point of order and that it be decided by the chair. Her comments are not germane. This is not just a meeting of the CRA, but we're governed by the state of Florida, and we fall within the Union of United States of America. And the very first amendment, if I can recall, of the Constitution is freedom of speech. Now, I didn't yell that there was a fire inside the room, so I think that's protected. And the fact that I have my opinion about the process being rushed, and now we have to sit here and vote on something that LOIs have already been executed without them even having site control, is unprofessional at a minimum. We get these agendas, and I think this time it may have came maybe a day earlier. So we usually get 7 days. Maybe it came 8 days earlier. But quite frankly, I mean, I think I'm entitled to that. If I believe that this process is certainly so far different than what we've done when we dispersed and disposed of properties on the city side, You can't be, I mean, just respect that I have a difference of opinion. And the fact that I know certainly we had to go and have Riviera Beach Housing Authority go through a litany of various performance measures and all different types of things. So that's where I'm at. So to my colleague, file a grievance. I think you did that before. So
your
you see
point
how
of-
that works out.
Commissioner McCoy, your point of order is recognized. You are correct. The item in reference to this property of the 6 lots and Commissioner Lanier's opinion of the lack of professionalism or professionalism shouldn't matter in reference to this point. I do agree that we want to just make sure we're communicating with our staff in the utmost respect. So to keep a point of moving forward, my colleagues, one person agrees that it was not done up to his standard, and one person agrees that it shouldn't be discussed with the staff. Your point of order is recognized, and this is not germane to the item. This item, I believe, is going to be something that I'm going to support, and I'm going to move forward with. Additional comments from the board?
Yeah, Mr. Chair,
You're recognized.
I just don't understand why a performance bond and a payment bond is so difficult. This is $1 million plus project. We should require a performance bond and a payment bond. I know that everybody's acting in good faith, but I've seen smaller projects and larger projects go by the wayside because they didn't have a performance bond and a maintenance bond.
That's, Chair,
You're recognized.
a notary is required to carry more bonding than this. This is ridiculous. So you're right, Commissioner Spiritus. Just simply notarizing a document carries more security backing than this transaction right here for the organization.
The builder will provide builder's risk. This, in terms of property, the property is not going anywhere. Once construction starts, if there is default, you'll end up with a valuable piece of dirt that you can complete. We just try to keep the development budgets as lean and mean as possible by doing our due diligence and making sure that we're covering the items that we need to cover. It's already very challenging to provide affordable housing for our residents.
Mr. Chair?
You're recognized.
Yeah, I appreciate what you're saying about your builder's risk policy. That has absolutely nothing to do with a performance bond or a payment bond. If you're a developer or you're in this business, you know they're totally, completely different things and do different things. I still stand by the fact that if we're spending $1 million project, which we're doing here, plus, we have to have a performance bond and a payment bond to protect the city and to protect the project.
Okay. Additional comments from the board? And we already have public comment, correct, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
we have no comment cards for this item.
Or did we already take it?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
I apologize. We do have 2 comment cards for this item.
Did we already took public comments for this item?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. We have no more comment cards. We did take it.
Mr. Chair?
That is fair to sure.
Yeah, I make a motion that we amend the resolution, the motion to include a performance and a maintenance bond, which is approximately 10% of the project cost,
Second.
construction cost.
Motion made and properly seconded. Discussion. Ms. Jenkins?
My concern, we're dealing with individual lots. We're not developing it as one project. There'll be individual lots where there will be restrictive covenants per lot for the city. To add a cost of,
$100,000.
that's the amount of the grant. We'll end up developing 7 homes that are going to cost us about $350,000, which we're at risk for the money, not the city. Those are expenses that we did not contemplate. So we'll make it extremely difficult to provide the affordable housing.
Mr. Chair?
And Commissioner, excuse me, I am not standing here to compare. If I had known I had to compare my project apples to apples with the Housing Authority, I would have brought the agreement and been prepared to do it. But I'm here representing the Community Development Corporation. And perhaps the city is going to provide some subsidy to cover the performance bond.
Dr. Spirit is recognized.
Mr. Chair, you received $1 million grant. Is that correct on this project?
Yes, and it's used as a revolver to construct the homes.
Okay.
It will allow us over time, for a 3-year time period, to develop up to 15 homes with that. And the money revolves to allow us to circulate it and build additional homes. Unfortunately, there are no more lots available. The city gave all the lots to the housing authority. All that's left are these 6 lots from the CRA.
Mr. Chair?
Recognized.
So when you do a performance bond, you can ask for a performance bond on each individual house. So when the house is done, the performance bond is lifted, and then you move on to the next house. Or you could do 2 or 3 at a time. It all depends. But I believe, and when you say we is also the CRA board. We are we, and the community is we. And we're trying to protect the community and the CRA board. So please don't separate us from the partnership here. It's very, very important that we make sure that the community, the purchasers that are purchasing these houses are protected. And the proper way to do that in this industry is to have a performance and payment bond. We do that on $50,000 projects. So I don't see why we're not doing it on a $300,000 project.
Mr. Chair,
You recognize Ms. Williamson.
I'm not sure if this was relevant, but how does the process that we went through with the housing authority, I know you were saying that we're not protecting ourselves here. How do we protect ourselves with the housing authority property that we turned over to them? Or is that different? Mr. Evans or Mr. Smith?
Mr. Chair,
You recognize.
I would just say that I'm not familiar with the details of what was the final agreement with the housing authority.
What, you, Mr. Smith?
No,
It's on the city side,
That was the
Commissioner.
city side?
that was from the city.
I'm sorry, I thought that was the CRA. Well, we're here all the time, so. All right. But it sounded very similar, and we didn't have the same sentiments then. So that's why that kind of went back to that. Some of us had concerns, just as you're having concerns now, Dr. Spiritus, but we didn't have an issue with moving forward. And in this case here now, we're concerned and don't want to move forward. But Chair, can we call the question on Mr.
Chair.
Spiritus's motion that he made?
Can I make one more comment, Mr. Chair?
I believe we just asked to have the
Okay.
question called.
Well,
If there's any,
I mean,
Commissioner McCoy?
you're not closing, I mean, are you closing the floor for debate? Because, I'm at the point, and I was trying to look at the gentleman from the West End down there. I know that I love calling this by directions because we change every time you turn around. I'm inclined to withdraw Commissioner Spiritus because, people have selective reasons to do it. I'm just going to hold my nose and vote. I'm going to give it to you. You go out and you screw it up. I'm going to be on record that I just think that we have treated this project much different than we have done way much less. And to your point, I think so. And to come in here and tell us about the deadlines as if that constitutes, their lack of failure constitutes this being an emergency is why I call it unprofessional. I mean, my gosh, we are full-time elected officials. For us to have something in April, do you know how many meetings we had since April? I can probably tell you it's got to be 30. And they are not 1-hour Port of Palm Beach Commission meetings. I'm sorry to my friend who I see, but, it's like, for Christ's sake, you got to give me a little bit of, you got to give us something to work with. So respectfully, Ms. Jenkins, I respect you, but I can say that I just think the process was unprofessional to have us to come in here and give you something that we treated our other dependent agency. CDC is not even dependent on the CRA. The Housing Authority is a dependent district of the city of Riviera Beach. You guys are a completely separate entity of the CRA. So in the spirit of compromise, I'm going to have to withdraw, Commissioner, and I'm literally going to hold my nose and vote with the expectations that they're going to be able to deliver. And I would ask, and one thing to think about, members, when we deliberate, God forbid if this doesn't work as planned, who do we hold accountable? We got a news team here looking to ask that very question. Everybody makes mistakes, but nobody ever gets held accountable. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Spitters?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I just want to add that the Housing Authority's project was contentious. I spent a few hours going back and forth with the city attorney on that, if you remember correctly. We did require performance bonds and payment bonds. I just think that that's the wise way to move forward. But if the board wants to move in a different direction, I could do the same thing as the vice chair.
Thank you. Additional comments?
Chair,
Questions been,
so we're back on the resolution as presented. He said he's withdrawing, correct?
Well, Mr. Chair, the second was withdrawn, so if there's
So
not
the-
another
the-
second,
the
then
vote-
the motion won't hold.
So the question was called on the resolution with the amendment, but it's been withdrawn since. So we're going to go ahead and call the question on the original resolution. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Miller Anderson,
Yeah.
Commissioner Lanier,
Yes.
Commissioner Spiritus, Vice Chair McCoy,
Yes.
Chair Lawson.
Yes.
That vote passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I will invite all of you to the groundbreaking.
We'll all be there.
They'll be here.
And thank you to the partners that came as well. Thank you so much for the support. We look forward to seeing you guys in January. We're going to go ahead and go into public comment board. Madam Clerk, how many public comment cards do we have?
Mr. Chair, we have 2 public comment cards.
Thank you. Public comment shall begin at 7:30 unless there's no further business of the CRA Commissioners, which in advantage shall begin sooner. In addition, if an item is being considered at 7:30, then comments from the public shall begin immediately following after public comment. We've established the rules of decorum. Please govern yourselves accordingly. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we have Bob Sonnenblick, followed by Mary Bram.
Thank you, Mr. Stonebrook.
Mr. Chairman and board members, thank you for the opportunity to talk to you. Two quick things. One is maybe just a correction that I want to make sure is on the record from something that was discussed previously. On the ITN, we are one of the bidders, and I'm not sure, and maybe this is to your attorney, are we able to discuss that with your cone of silence now?
No. No,
No?
no.
Okay, all right, that, I just wanted to ask first. More importantly, we are here just to reaffirm our interest in investing in your city. We, in spite of a lot of people coming up here talking to you about negative things, we feel just the opposite. The more time that we've spent here, we are still very much committed, depending on your vote to 7E, which is coming up shortly, just to let all of you know for the record that we continue to want to be involved with your city on various different projects. And depending on the outcome of 7E, in the event things are put back out publicly, we are very committed to responding to anything that comes back out to vote. And we just want to make sure that in your vote on 7E this evening, that you're aware that regardless of things that have happened with previous developers here, we are very much still committed to working with this city and very interested in working with this city on projects like that. So that's main. I won't comment on the ITN per council's comments, but that's a comment about this project. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comment, sir.
Mary Brown.
My grandson got married. I was out of the country all of last week. He married his college sweetheart. 5 years, they graduated from college last year, and he has a career. She has a career too. He's solid, just like his parents, grandparents, and all of his relatives. We're solid people. He has his home, he has his business. I'm so proud of both of them. And Turks and Caicos, you already must go there. This is Jeremiah. Everybody that do know him. This is my son. It's a little bit dark, but that's Jeremiah. Am I right or wrong? Am I right or wrong? This is Jeremiah. And with the residents and all of the residents, over 80 some people attended the wedding over there. We will be having a mass reception over here because we want everybody to celebrate in our homegoing. I mean, in our great celebration for Yasmin and Jeremiah Sean. He did it. So we are proud of him. As I have often said, that I am a family of distinct. On June of this year, my family received a historical marking. Lake Worth, Florida, you all know that place as Lake Osmond. They established that community down there. These are my parents as well as my grandparents and aunts and stuff. And it was dedicated, that cemetery where all of them is buried down there because they built up that part of the city in Lake Worth, Florida now. That's called Lake Osmond. The Braves, the Odoms, my grandfather Scott Odom was on the police force for 20-some years. Uncle P.W. Odom and all of the Braves, the Scotts, the Johnsons. I come from a lineage of families that are extended all over the territories, and they are in every government facility that it is. That is just who I am. I do not have to stand and pretend who I am not, because this is who I am. And I am proud. I am proud of my heritage. I'm proud of where I came from. I'm proud of the groundwork that my parents, Reverend S.J. Lawrence, Mother Evelyn Lawrence, they are buried all down there, that they saw fit to expand that community down there and to show people how we build upon each other. So I'm happy.
Thank you.
I'm happy. And take care of
Seven.
our community too. I need some work.
7D, Madam Clerk.
Consideration of unsolicited proposal from Forest Development Group to purchase and develop properties located at 1851 Broadway. The acceptance of public comment cards are closed. Mr. Chair, we have 2 comment cards.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The CRA has received an unsolicited proposal to purchase property located at 1851 Broadway, and behind that site, between Broadway and Avenue E. We received a proposal from the Forest Development Group, and on June 12th, the CRA board received that proposal and directed staff to negotiate with the Forest Development Group to try and obtain the highest public benefit for the proposed property purchase. We entered into negotiations with them, and before you tonight is an updated proposal. They have increased the proposed purchase price to $3.78 million and have agreed to develop the project in an accelerated time frame. The next step beyond tonight's meeting, the properties, if the board elects to proceed, would be advertised on behalf of the city and the CRA, as they are owned. Some of the properties are owned by the city and some are owned by the CRA. During this process, the board and staff has been assisted by attorney Mr. Joseph Goldstein, and he's also in attendance tonight to assist the board with any questions as we proceed. The final negotiated conditioned agreement for sale would require approval by both the city council and the CRA board in the future, since the properties belong to the two different agencies. The Forest Development Group has proposed the purchase. The site combined is 2.2 acres. And they're proposing a project containing 450 apartments, structured parking, 17,000 square feet of restaurant and retail. And when they submitted their proposal, they included payment of $25,000 for use by the city CRA to study their proposal. The proposed project that they're proposing to build, if we sell the property to them, would cost about $325 million, would create over 1,000 jobs, and would generate somewhere between $2 and $3 million a year in annual tax revenue. As part of their proposal, they're proposing to provide opportunities for local business, provide needed neighborhood services in their proposed plan by creating the restaurants, the retail, to redevelop the Broadway corridor. They have also provided that they will provide 5% or 23 of the units as workforce housing, and they would additionally provide $100,000 for offsite community improvements for public space that could be determined by the city in the future. Staff recommends moving forward to advertise the board's intention to sell the property and to allow other interested parties to submit a proposal if they would also like to purchase the property. The Forest Development Group is currently constructing the Nautilus 220 project in Lake Park and are proposing to construct the Oculina project on the former Winn-Dixie site. And they have a brief presentation before the board. I believe Mr. Sam Bauer is here and is available to address the board to describe his proposal.
Mr. To a proposal from the Forest team. Tonight's item is requesting for us just to advertise.
Mr. Chair.
You're recognized.
Yes, tonight's item would authorize the CRA and the city to, on behalf of the city and the CRA, to advertise it in accordance with state statutes. The advertisements would receive approval from both our attorneys and the city's attorneys. And then it would start a process which we would propose to make 45 days to allow anyone else who's interested in proposing to submit a proposal.
So what is the proposal that we're supposed to hear from? They're going to present their item that they've brought?
They have submitted the proposal to the board. I know that you've gone through it and it's attached in the packet. So if you did want to hear from them, it would just summarize the proposal that's in your packet.
Okay. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair, Board. Brian Terry with Insight Studio on behalf of Forest Development. So I do have a visual presentation if you'd like to see it. It's very much a summary of what Mr. Evans just went through as far as the purchase price and the terms that were outlined in that summary. Again, this is an opportunity that the city could put this and the CRA could put this out. And again, I'm happy to present it if you'd like, or.
Well, is it any different than what's?
It's not different, no.
Okay,
The terms of the presentation are exactly the same as outlined by Mr.
Yeah,
Evans.
I didn't see a reason for why we'd want to hear it twice, just from the team. So what Mr. Evans presented is what the team is presenting.
We're certainly here if you have any questions.
If we have any questions for them, then okay. But let's hear from public comment first, and we can have discussion. Madam Clerk? Or Mr. Evans, if you want to give us whoever the public comment cards are. I think we're on 7D.
7D.
Yep.
We have Nakasha Wells, followed by Mary Brand.
Welcome, Ms. Wells.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and Council. I figured since over a week ago, Sam Bauer had the opportunity to come before you and tell bold-faced lies about me. So I figured it was only right that I actually come to you tonight and tell you some truths about this proposal. First, the offer is entirely too low. The offer price of $3.7 million is absurd. This is prime real estate in the CRA. They paid $7.3 million for the Winn-Dixie site. So if you compare the two parcels, that would be approximately $2.1 million that they paid for the Winn-Dixie site. They're only offering you $1.75, and they bought that property in 2021. Where on God's green earth has property actually decreased in value anywhere in Palm Beach County? That was 3 years ago. No demonstrated ability to construct two large-scale developments at the same time. They were just recently approved for the Oculina development. And if you approve this project, then they're going to have two large-scale developments going on simultaneously. They have not even completed the Nautilus project, which was referred to earlier this evening. And that was scheduled to be completed in the fall of 2024, which is right now. And if you pass by there at any recent time, you've seen that it's nowhere near completion. No community benefits on this project. $100,000 on a $325 million project, you all should be offended by that. And on other projects, some of you have been. How is a measly $100,000 going to do anything to benefit the community that this project is going to be built in? No home ownership opportunities. Again, this is a rental project. You've had other projects before in the city, specifically Celeste, where you all asked the developer if they would incorporate some home ownership opportunities into that project. Why are you not asking this developer to do exactly the same thing? This is, yet again, more rental opportunities for the folks in Riviera Beach, because we know they can't buy anything in Oculina between $1 and $4 million. Forest is most likely going to use this project to try to backdoor the requirement for affordable housing from the Oculina project. They already told you the $5 million that they were supposed to be paying for the affordable housing component of the MEHOP on the Oculina project. They've already told you they're not going to pay that $5 million that they want to build affordable housing. So I'm certain that they're going to use that as a backdoor for this project. And even if you do approve tonight, I think staff has asked for 30 days on a $325 million development. I think you actually made reference earlier, Mr. McCoy, on the complexities of development and how are you supposed to be able to give them 30 days to be able to respond? Thank you.
Mary Brown?
Yeah, Brand Riviera Beach. I must say, I'm always for moving things along. It may be some gray areas here, but that is left entirely up to the board. Where those gray areas are, then you dot those I's and cross those T's. She made mention about the MEHOP. I know we talked about this about 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. Well, if I can refresh my remembrance, sometime last month. And from what I understood, that I was thinking in terms that they did come to some type of an agreement on the accommodation, what would be set aside in that particular category there. So now I can see that it may be a little bit friction here, but out of business comes a meeting of the minds. So this project here, everything that's slated for this city here, we should not continuously stall. If it is some corrective measures to be done, then we do that. But we do not just stall and hold things up and just delay things. This is what has happened to this city over and over and over and over again. As leaders, you should be tired. I know, Ms. Graham, as a resident, I am truly, truly tired. It's not what we build, but it's how we build it to get to our building foundations. Because, see, the ancestors built that way too. so that everybody can be able to build upon what they have built upon, that it will continuously to go. Now, that not this over there, that hotel there, it's tall. It's a big building. Now, you cannot say that you do not want any more tall skyscrapers in this city here. Where do you put those perimeters there? So, leading back, if you allow one that concept, you must allow others that same opportunity. So you as a board, you have to decide on what you really, really want and how you want it built in this city. Opening it up to be fair for everybody else, yes, that's a totally good thing. Because everybody must have a shot in bringing some new restaurants or retail or whatever. Those things there needs to be put out. So we as a city can stop always coming in on the back tail of everything. Instead of just doing the business right. And then we won't have nothing to worry about. And we all can walk away with a clear heart in mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Mr. Chair, that's the end of comment cards.
Thank you. Comments from the board?
Mr. Chair?
You recognize Dr. Spiritus.
With reference to the city and the CRA owning the site together, Mr. Evans, can you tell us which part of the parcel is owned by the CRA and which part is owned by the city?
Mr. Chair?
You recognize?
Yes, the property adjacent to Broadway is owned by the CRA, and the property adjacent to Avenue E is owned by the city.
So would it be fair, Mr. Evans, to say that the CRA parcel is worth more than the city parcel, since it will have intercoastal and ocean views?
Mr. Chair?
You recognize?
I believe the property that's fronts on Broadway would have more value on a square foot by square foot per square foot basis. Yes.
Mr. Chair?
You recognize?
So we're going to figure that out when we split the money on the purchase price? We're gonna base more money for the CRA's portion than the city's portion?
Mr. Chair?
You recognize?
Yes, when we bring back the proposed final sale agreement, once the board selects and chooses to move forward with the actual sale of the property, we can include an appraisal that identifies the appropriate fair value to each entity.
Right, thank you. You answered my question.
Commissioner McCoy, you recognize?
Thank you. Ms. Evans, so it seems that we've retained JLL to do these analysis and assumptions. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay, so is this under the same engagement that they have for the Marina Phase 2?
Mr. Chair?
You recognize?
Yes, they are our public-private partnership consultants. And during our discussions at many of our meetings, they did offer to do this analysis for us.
Okay, and was this shared with the team from the who's offered the unsolicited proposal?
No, Mr. Chair.
You recognize?
We did not share that information.
And I mean, I don't even know that their performance or performer or assumptions is even close to this.
Mr. Chair.
You recognize?
The JLL analysis tried to look at the potential profit from the development of the number of units. And that analysis showed that even at selling the property at $3 million based on what they were proposing would be a good deal. So the JLL analysis supported selling the property.
Good deal for whom?
The JLL analysis suggested the original $3 million purchase price was a fair price for the city, but we have since negotiated to get more than that. We've negotiated that number up to $3.78 million.
Okay, $3.78 million, and we're talking about a total development cost of $300 million. Where's the goodwill at? Where's the return on our investment? I don't want the market rate. We're giving up our future development rights to that property. $3 million, My answer is no. Matter of fact, I make a motion to decline this. That's got to be the most bogus thing. If we're going to sit here and tax people in the CRA and they get a whole separate slew of services in more or less double taxation, if we go out and purchase real property from the Miami subs for the purposes of investments, how in the heck can we only ask for the market rate? We have the ability to go to market. I mean, we got to get our act together with some staffing, but we can do the same thing. You can't possibly believe. And as much as I may like somebody's suit, like Miss Bram's beautiful zebra colored jacket, I'm not finna give her the opportunity to make uh, gotta be 1,500% markup on us. There's no return on our investment. And you know, most people don't may not understand this, but I actually I sat on the finance tax committee for the Florida League of Cities, and this was one of the major issues that we learned about, that the legislature wanted to restrict homeroom authority by saying when you have special districts, you can't get your return on your investment. And the prime example is our water utilities. The city of Riviera Beach founded and built that water utility. We got 80 million plus dollars into that water utility, but we can only sell it at market rate. Tell me why that makes sense. All of these years that we've been keeping it up, and all of the future goodwill that we're gonna, I mean, all the future revenue that we're gonna lose with no goodwill, this is dead on arrival for me.
Mr. Lanier?
I just wanted to ask, are we voting on the actual proposal or are we voting on the process of moving forward? I'm not sure what how this is working.
Mr. Chair.
Evans, okay.
Attorney Smith, Mr. Evans, either one?
So what you're being asked to vote on tonight is moving forward with the process. The actual proposal will come back before you after the process of advertising for others to come forth to put forth a bid for the same property and another proposal if need be. This tonight's vote will be to move forward with the process to move forward on an unsolicited bid.
So,
You recognize.
so the process calls for 30 days?
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Mr. Evans.
Yes, I believe the statute does call for 30 days. I had, in my presentation, I did say I would recommend it. We did it for 45 days to allow more time.
Mr. Chair?
One moment, Dr. Spears. Commissioner Lanier, are you finished?
I mean, I would like 60, but just to give the opportunity, we just did 60 days for the prior deal. So I think that 60 days is fair to be able to go out to market, as you say, to get some other proposals back, if we do. Yeah.
Thank you. And also, to that point, if you can acknowledge the other proposal process so that it can be clearly stated to the board what's going to happen during that 60-day period, because it's not a standard RFP or RFQ or ITN. This is just going to be a notice in the newspaper for 60 days. So I want to be clear with what we're noticing in the newspaper, because in my agenda reviews, we had to discuss what's going to happen in these 60 days. So if we just have a bullet point in the newspaper, it's not going to be like a standard process where we're putting it out to developers, we're asking for responses. It's just going to be advertised what we are asking for. So we as a board need to determine what do we want to see on this site. But Dr. Spears, you have comments?
All right, yeah, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
So my question, I don't know if Scott or Counselor, which one's going to answer this, but does Forest Development have the right during this period to amend their proposal?
Yeah. Yes, sir. They do.
Okay, thank you. You answered my question.
And that's where, as a board, I think that today staff is looking for us to give some feedback so that they can properly identify what this advertisement is going to look like. What do we as a board expect from the site? One of my colleagues has mentioned the price point. I don't want to miss an opportunity to maximize on the dollars that we're receiving for this lot. But also the board does remember that we gave away a lot of the same size for $1 to FoundCare. So we want to be very frugal and fickle with the limited land we have. I'm still mad about that. We have to be very frugal and fickle with the land that we have, because at that same parcel, it is adjacent to the Jim Berry Park. That means ocean intercoastal views from the 3rd, 4th floor up. that value of that land is tremendous. So understanding the developers that are taking a risk in our community, but also understanding that this is the last bit of undeveloped land on the East Coast. So the appraised value came in, I think, at 3 points. There were 3 or 4 appraisals from this backup, and the most was 3.8 that we had. I believe this land is worth upwards of $5 million, but we have to, as a board, determine what do we want to see on the site, what do we want for the cost of the land, and what do we want as a mix between affordable and workforce units, and also market rate units. So I think they presented 23 workforce units inside this project with a potential of almost 400 units. So we want to determine what do we want to see and what do they want to advertise for the next, and I would agree with my colleague, 60 days. Commissioner Lanier's comments of 60 days. Commissioner McCoy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Great point. I'm sitting here pondering, and I know we paid $2 million, probably a little bit more for the place we now known as Fire Station 88, just for land acquisition. And we're talking about development here. I just don't know how. I mean, maybe I'm missing something here. This is just for the the lot that's adjacent to US 1?
Mr. Chair?
You're recognized.
This is for the lot between Broadway and Avenue E. It extends all the way from Broadway to Avenue E, and it includes 3 properties, but one of them is a very small property, so it's essentially the city and CRA own the 2 large lots.
Okay, so the property that's on Avenue E is owned by the city, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so JLL did an analysis for the entire site?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry, Commissioner McCoy, go ahead and finish comments.
Yeah, I guess I'm kind of very much confused as to, they're giving us the market rate. Their analysis does not include the future revenues that we give up. So their pro forma needs to go a little bit further than this, because just telling me what a realtor can put a sign in the property and sell it for is one thing. But we bought this property for investment and to be a catalyst for economic development. I don't expect that we pay the same thing that we got. There's holding costs, there's maintenance costs, there's insurance costs. There's just cost for us to keep it. There's the opportunity cost that we lost when we took the amount of money out of our capital plan that we could have done, a number of different projects for. So, this is not a true assessment of what this property is worth. And I know I've seen Mr. Finelli. Is this something that Mr. Finelli worked on? Or is this someone else in JLL?
Mr. Chair?
You recognize?
Yes, Nick Finelli did work on it. That was just additional backup to make sure we were proceeding. We had 3 different appraisals done to try and determine the value of the project. The JLL analysis was something I was just curious to see, to make sure we looked at it from a different perspective of other than just an appraisal. The last appraisal we got was actually in August. And the only other comment I would add is, as this board reviews other proposals and considers moving forward, there's a lot more than just the purchase price. The proposed tax value on it, which of course is one of the primary focuses for the redevelopment agency, would be somewhere close to about $3 million per year. So if obviously that over 10 years, that's $30 million. That dwarfs, the purchase price. So it's important that we get a project that this board and the community wants, of course. But as far as there's a lot more to consider other than just the purchase price.
Thank you. Commissioner McCoy, continue.
Great point, Mr. Evans. But let me tell you something. I like the fact that you brought up the future revenues that we can earn from Avalon revenue from taxes. But if I had $1 for every time somebody promised us what the future tax that the city or the CRA will receive, we would have every one of our capital needs met in the city. And you know why we don't? Is because if we go in the bank on the future revenues, guess what happened? We're in 2024. remember when I got around this process in 2008 and people were talking about the future revenues. Well, guess what? Nobody accounted for the future price of inflation in the cost. So it really equates to nothing. So I just think that if you're going to bring a proposal, I'm not interested in what the real estate market is. I want to know what the overall value that the CRA is giving up and the city's giving up by allowing this to go to development, because there are other costs that I would hope in his assumption that are accounted for, such as the the goodwill and the future revenues and opportunity costs that are not exactly a tangible number that you can do an immediate comp on. You can you have to do some some other analysis on. So I'm not inclined to support this. And I want to give I gotta almost listen to my friend down on the west end. I would hope that they get another bite at the apple, because if they're coming back like this, I just can't find the way that we can do it. I mean, Chris Smith has the money. We can borrow it from him and build it ourselves. So, I mean, let's be for real, because, I know our city manager hit us with members a couple weeks ago, maybe 2 to 3 weeks ago, concept, and you may be familiar with this, Mr. Evans, about going after and pursuing the Ocean Mall lease. Certainly we have the ability to leverage resources to get things done. While I think our priority, and certainly the news media believes our priority, is focusing on water, I just don't want to seem like I'm giving away the whole entire, you know, our future investments and the return on our investments. So thank you.
Commissioner Lanier?
I want to ask, how many unsolicited proposals we received in the last 5 years?
Mr. Chair,
Your Recognition.
I believe this is the first one.
Okay, I think that, I mean, that's to be commended. Given the fact that someone is taking a chance to at least put something out there, I can respect that. But I also know that now that they've done that, there may be some interest from other people. And, we can date other people as well. So I think that, given this 60-day window to be able to look and see what else is out there, and of course, I'm sure they would want to revise their bid because, there may be some competition or there may not. But I think that we do need to give that opportunity to have that period where we solicit other developers to look at that land as well. I think that what we have here is an interest in the city in terms of development. We've talked about making sure that we keep the train moving, and I have to agree with that, but we don't have to keep it moving to the point where we lose out. So I think that what we need to do, as the chair has suggested, that we need to figure out what it is that we're looking for, what it is that we want to give it up for, and I have to agree, we have to look at future revenue. We do have a water plant to buy, and we need every piece of revenue that we can put our hands on. So we need to be very careful in terms of making sure that this is a fair process, number one, and number two, to create some competition to see what else is out there. So I can agree with that.
Oh, you agree with me? Oh, okay.
Yes, I do. Can you believe it?
8:37 on a Monday.
Can you write this down?
Thank you, Jesus.
Mr. Chair?
Dr. Spirit, is you recognized?
Okay, so, we have to look at things in a global way for development and from planning and development. Very often communities give property away in order to develop the tax base, in order to see development happen. So there are a lot of incentives given to developers, especially the first or second one to come in and do development in a blighted area. So it's very possible that maybe this is the right price, maybe it's not the right price. We'll find out in 60 days. As you know, I'm the one who questioned the value of this property in the very beginning, and we did do other appraisals. We did get additionally almost 800,000 more from the original proposal. Is that the real number? I don't know. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. But I think it would be smart to follow the process and see what happens in 60 days. We have nothing to lose. We may get better proposals, we may not, we may change our mind and go along with this proposal, but I think we should leave the door open and follow the process so that we can expedite the development of this site.
Chair,
You recognize?
I'd like to say again that I'm happy that the forest development came and brought that to us, because probably we wouldn't have gotten anything with it. That last deal that we had, we put an RFP out, we got nothing. And then we had an ITA come back, and now we have 3 people. So, you kind of sometimes jumpstart some of the ways that we can bring revenue and develop the city. So we can appreciate that.
Mr. Chair,
Recognize.
I just a question for Mr. Evans. Wasn't FoundCare an unsolicited proposal?
Mr. Chair, I'm not,
City property.
it's a city project,
city
but I'm not
project, okay.
familiar if it was unsolicited or not.
Thank you.
Additional comments from the board? So, Mr. Evans, the discussion from the board, we've had a few comments. You said that the proposal wanted 30 days. I've heard 45 days from one colleague, 60 from 2. Board, how long do we want to have this put out?
Mr. Chair,
You recognized?
60 days.
Okay. Thank you. 60 days noticed. And then also the advertisement is going to, do you have a sample of that advertisement in the backup?
I don't believe we do, Mr. Chair.
I think I'd ask for one during our meeting just to kind of get an idea. Do we have something of what it's going to look like before we put it out? Because I want the board to be clear with what is this, because this is our first one. I want to make sure that we put on the record that I'm looking for local participation. I want local vendors. I think it's been clearly stated in multiple arenas that since we've been on this board, we've wanted to empower the local vendors of this community. So what does that look like for the board? The potential of the MEOP at the site. Those are all items that we can possibly do. I don't want to put that out and then also have something contract zoning determined because we haven't done anything with plotting the lot or rezoning the lot. So there's a few things that I want to make sure that we're clearly covered for, but making sure it's on the record so that when developers come to the table, that they know what we expect so that there's no confusion or gray area and no one's pointing the finger at the other person so that they understand this is what I want. I want to see local participation. I want to see vendors that participate from my community that build this project. So that's on the record. So we can understand that before it comes later up.
Mr. Chair.
You're recognized.
If I might, we have asked Mr. Goldstein, who's here, and he would be helping us with that advertisement. Perhaps he could assist the board if you want to provide some direction to how that advertisement, if it's going to be, I know that we have state statutes to follow. We have a couple of examples. I know the city had to advertise the properties that they were involved with their agreement with the housing authority. But if you wanted to perhaps provide some input on how, what you wanted included in that advertisement, in addition to state statutes, perhaps Mr. Goldstein could assist the board. He is here this evening.
If we could hear from Mr. Goldstein as well. And while he's coming up there, I believe we had 2 comments. Commissioner Lanier? Oh, he's on his way up. Anything, President? Wait till his comments. Commissioner
I'll go.
McCoy, you had a comment as well.
Yes, you made a great point, Chair, about contract zoning. This appraisal and even the analysis was all based off of the current zoning of downtown core.
Mr. Chair.
You're recognized.
The analysis and their proposal both envisioned changing the zoning to an IHC PUD.
Really? I guess I didn't see that.
So it did envision the change?
There's no way.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Impossible. So you're saying that they envision changing it, increasing the densities with accepting the MEHOP is what the appraisals say? And being that it's the first one, I think it's difficult to assess that value as well, based upon us not having other land that has been determined to have that completed at the time the appraisal was done.
Mr. Chair, I think what I was saying is that the proposal provided from Forest Development.
I'm talking about the appraisals, is what my colleague asked.
I wasn't responding to that. I'm sorry.
But that's what he asked.
So yes, the appraisers was
Had
the
the
value
current-
of the property,
Based upon the current zoning.
Current use.
So the current use is what the appraisal is based upon. So if we put this out and we expect projects to come back. I wanted to make sure, and that was clearly stated in our agenda reviews as well. I wanted to be very cautious with what we advertise because I don't want this to be considered that we're going to accept or rezone this property with whatever proposal comes to the table. That's number one. Number two is also the concern on the value. If we're using it at the current use, which has a density of 4 to 6 stories, based upon what type of usage, the value will be coming in at $3.8 million. If we're basing it now at 26 stories, which we just recently approved another project with this developer, I'm sure the value may go up just a couple dollars. So with that being said, I want to make sure that, do we need to rezone this parcel? Do we want to have that discussion before we go forward with this? Do we want to put the project out for proposals and then do a zoning? I want to make sure we're covered legally before we do any of this. And we've had this discussion multiple times, so I want to make sure it's on the record.
Mr. Chair. if I
You're
could
recognized.
respond. Thank you. So the appraisers were aware of what was being proposed on the site. But what the IHCPUD is not a right. So you do bring up an interesting comment that if the city went through the process to assign it that right. But as of right now, the proposal is requesting to purchase the land at that price, at that site. The developer wouldn't close on it until they went through that process to try and obtain that. And the city would not commit, the CRA of course could not, but the city would not be committed to approving that. It's that is all subject to future approvals. Also, the reason the IHCPUD is a planned unit development is because it is not assigned to every single property. It is an available option for properties that are in the downtown core that they can apply for that rezoning. So it's not a guaranteed proposition.
So the offer is that they will purchase it at that price if the zoning goes through?
It would allow them to go through the process.
No, that's not correct, Mr. Evans.
That's not what I'm saying.
Restate your question, Chair,
Yeah.
because I think he missed it.
So the purchase price, is that contingent upon them going through with the rezoning?
Yes.
Okay,
Purchase
so,
price.
so that means that they're buying the property rezoned for 3.8 is this offer on the table. So if they purchase this property, it's approved, they would then pay 3.8 for the property.
Mr. Chair.
You're recognized.
Yes, that's, we're not required to give them that approval, but they would be required to obtain site plan approval before that occurs.
Okay, so that, go ahead.
Let me
Go
go
ahead.
for it.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Evans, looking at the appraisals, and I have both of them up here. Well, there's 3, but I got the Anderson Carr, and also I got the Atlantic. The appraisal was done based off of the current as-is market value of the appraised property with the zoning of downtown core. This does not incorporate any more dense zoning districts. So certainly, having already approved one of these or approved a project with the IHCPUD zoning, which has significantly more density, clearly this is not accurate, considering this property is going to be used for a much larger and more intense density. The value in these appraisals are, I wouldn't call them incorrect, because they're correct based on the as-is market, but they don't take the assumptions of us changing the densities. So when we give these 60 days, I think, I don't know what it takes or how long, Lawson, I believe, are you an appraiser? I know you do taxes and real estate, and
Keep going.
you got a home daycare and everything.
Keep
so,
going. I got some more too.
But I guess my question is, I don't know how long it takes, but certainly I don't know what goes first. Do we need to have another appraisal and that needs to be placed out first with the assumptions, and then we work with JLL? But certainly you can't tell me an empty lot is, as it states inside the appraisal, as is market value of the appraised property as of the effective date of the valuation, which has the owner of record is the city and the current zoning is downtown core, and then on one side downtown general district. So I think we're selling ourselves short. We're shortchanging ourselves here with that. So I would rely on you to figure out what needs to be done and work with our JLL partners to make sure that we're getting our return on investment.
Mr. Chair.
You recognize?
I agree with Vice Chair McCoy. Scott, I thought we had this discussion when we did the second group of appraisals. The appraiser is, and I've been involved in a lot of appraisals, and I've never seen an appraisal that didn't use the highest and best use in their study for the appraisal. And so I'm kind of shocked that they didn't use the PUD for this. You know, you and I had the discussion whether they used the Nautilus site and other sites in Lake Park as comparables, because you're supposed to use a comparable. And they knew that this was going to be a high-rise development with high density. So how did they not think that this was going to be the PUD zoning? I mean, they had to take that into consideration. So what I would suggest, just to keep this moving along, I would suggest you have a review appraisal done on the high appraisal you have right now, based on the highest and best use of the property, based on zoning and density, and move forward with the process. We could do that. We can have those numbers before the next meeting. As we said, the developer, Forest Development, has the right to amend their proposal if during this period, and other people will have the right to put in proposals. But we will have the appraisal hopefully done within 60 days. It should not take them more than 60 days to come up with comparables based on the PUD.
Sir,
Commissioner McCoy, you recognize?
we have to go back, and I agree. This is looking at the appraisal. It says the highest and best use, but it uses the downtown core as being the baseline zoning district. So certainly we need to send someone back out. Gosh, I'm afraid to even ask how much we pay for these appraisals. That's all I have.
I'll ask. Mr. Evans,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah, but I mean, we know it's bad, right? That we got 3 appraisals on here, and it's not even merely touching. It's just like.
But to that point, that is why we charged the non-solicited proposal fee of the $25K. So that fee did cover, I'm sure, a substantial amount of that cost. So if we could determine what was the cost for each appraisal, because that's why they did pay that up front.
Mr. Chair?
You recognized?
Yes, they had covered any cost that.
What is the cost of each appraisal, sir?
The appraisals are approximately between $2,000 and $2,500, somewhere in that
So
range.
we set a maximum of $7,500 for the 3 appraisals with other staff costs. So we're covered.
I mean,
with assessing it. Go ahead. You recognize?
Okay, Chair,
You recognize?
your expertise here, but I'm not a real estate professional. But single-family homes are getting appraised for that amount. You're telling me a property that's over 2 acres and is on commercial side is going to be appraised at the same exact amount what a single-family home would?
No, sir.
Mr.
Appraisals
Chair,
for
can I ask a question?
Single-family homes are appraised between $375 and $550 for single families. Multifamilies are between $850 and $1,000. This lot is just a single vacant lot, which is closer to about $2,000. So it's accurate. We're appraising it.
But that's the whole point. Are we basing this on the actual zoning? What is it based on?
Mr. Chair?
You recognize?
So I just want to clarify what we're asking the appraiser to do, because the IHC PUD is not a zoning district you can have without a project. This is by design so that we didn't put a blanket zoning in the entire downtown area. If you bring a very good project, then the city council has the ability to approve that zoning. So we're going to be asking for a very specific type of appraisal that I guess assumes that they would have a good project and they would get that. And I think we can ask them to do that. I just wanted to clarify that doesn't, under normal circumstances, it is not a right and it in the city zoning code for anyone to have the ability to buy property and develop it at 20 stories. That's a right that's reserved to the city council. But I think we can try and clarify and get that specialized appraisal as the board has asked tonight.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner McCoy, additional comments?
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Spirit, you recognize?
So, Mr. Evans, so basically, an appraisal is supposed to take into consideration the highest and best use, even if it requires council approval. I mean, everything requires council approval. Site plan requires council approval. we can turn that down then. They have to take into consideration the highest and best use. And this area is eligible for the PUD. They should have done that originally when they did their original appraisal. I'm quite shocked that it wasn't included. I thought that it was when you and I were having discussions. That's why we wanted comparables for similar properties. I think you have to go back to this appraiser and basically say you didn't do your job. I think that should have been considered. And if he doesn't want to redo it, so then we have to pay someone, maybe the same person, but it has to be done at least based on the proposal that we received.
And just to follow up, I believe most appraisers will amend the appraisal based upon the requirements and conditions that we bring. So if we can go back to these three appraisers and ask them, what would it be to pay an amendment cost to changing it for highest and best use with consideration that we approve an IHC PUD model? And we have our other consultant here, if we want to go ahead and discuss. You're recognized, sir.
So be cautious, Chair, because you started out the conversation by you don't want to do contract zoning. So if you're going to do an appraisal that says this is it, we're almost promising that contract, we're almost promising that developer this type zoning.
And that's where I wanted legal to opine, because those were the same concerns I had, because right now we're promising it based upon 3.8. So if it's approved, we're going to give it to them at the current price of 3.8. So it's the same concern that I had from the very beginning.
Mr. Chair?
Hold on one moment. Commissioner McCoy, so that's the follow-up. I want to make sure legal is very clear and that we're covered across the board, so there's no improprieties, there's no gray area confusion, and that this is all on the record. Because there's been way too much discussion behind the scenes outside of the dais with concerns of people saying X, Y, and Z about certain individuals. So now that I'm seeing all the individuals here and telling them this is what we expect, local participation, highest value for our land, we don't want it to be confusing. Sir, Dr. Spiritus, and then if you can go ahead.
So, Mr. Chair, this appraisal is for us. It's not for the developers. We're using this appraisal in deciding who we want to choose or whether we feel the proposal is fair or not. It's not something that we're tied to. As a matter of fact, the first appraisal we had came in at $3 million. Scott and I agreed that he should do another appraisal. We had a discussion, and he did do another appraisal, and it came in higher. He went back and discussed that with the developer, and the developer agreed to pay more money. I just think that we're not tying ourselves in. I think we should move forward and have this review appraisal done and go through with the process. We have the option of just turning everything down and saying no, but at least leave the door open. Maybe Forest Development wants to amend their proposal. Maybe we'll get a proposal from someone else with much more money. We're not telling them what the price is unless they're watching the meeting right now on TV. They'll know what the price is that we had. But we're not tying ourselves. This is not a contract based upon an appraisal price. We're just using that as a guide on whether or not we want to approve a project or not approve a project.
And just to follow up, all my colleagues have made the same comments. This is just to give us an estimate of what we want to value this property at. Our community, as we see all throughout Monroe Heights, Federal Gardens, up and down Military, Congress Quarter, we assume and value our land much higher than what the appraisal is coming at. We've historically been appraised at a lower value because of the community that we are. So this doesn't dictate or determine what we're going to take for this land. We need to make sure that our residents are benefiting, we're getting maximum use for the property, and we're building the community to spur and to address slum and blight and spur economic development on the corridor. So in their eyes and the appraiser's eyes, it could be worth $3.8 million. In our eyes, there's no value that you assess to this. We want to make sure that we do the right things for the land and the last bit of land that we have undeveloped that can bypass all of us and be generational wealth growth for our community. So realistically, my colleague said it best. We'll borrow Attorney Smith's money and build something for the CRA ourselves if we want to. But we want to get a clear value based upon the actual zoning and determine what we want to see for highest and best use. We'll notice it for 60 days. In the interim, I think we've given staff the direction to go back to the appraisers to see if we can get an amendment to the appraisal and if we can clearly state what's going to look like in the next 60 days in the noticing, sir. Welcome and thank you.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, one more question, please.
Of course, go ahead. You're
Okay,
recognized.
one more comment. Okay, so basically, we all have to remember that when related came that night to put their presentation, and we finalized the Related deal. If we remember, Related told us they weren't prepared to build the other two towers because the market wasn't proven. And then, of course, we realized that according to the contract, they have 3 years to develop all 3 towers. But we understood that afterwards. But Forest Development did come before the board right after that with their unsolicited proposal. And when I asked whether or not they needed to prove the market before they came out of the ground, they said, no, we're ready to take the risk and come out of the ground now. That's worth a lot in development, especially in an area, being the first one to develop in an area like this. So I think we should take that into consideration as well. As you said, Chair, there are a lot of things we have to take into consideration, not just the money. We have to look at the full package and the full benefits. Thank you.
Mr. Chair and board members, good evening. Joe Goldstein. I'm your outside counsel from Schutz and Bowen. I was brought in to kind of help you all with the process. I just want to say I'm not a real estate attorney. I have real estate attorneys in the office that if you have more real estate related questions, but I think what I've heard you ask is kind of what is the next steps and what can we put in the advertisement? Keep in mind, this is laid out in statute. It's and it's in your backup materials. It's section 163.380, and it's basically when a city or CRA owns real property and wants to sell that real property to a third person to develop that property to further the interest of the community, the CRA. And you have a lot of discretion of what you can do. And so I'll just kind of reiterate 2 things. The first thing is how do you take into account the value of what that developer is going to give you for that property? And in the statute, it talks about long-term benefits to be achieved by the CRA resulting from incurring short-term losses or costs in the disposal of such real property. The uses provided in the plan that they're going to suggest to you, and the restrictions upon and the covenants and conditions and obligations assumed by the purchaser. And finally, the objectives of such plan for the prevention of the recurrence of slum or blighted areas. So those are the general criteria in the statute to help you determine what the value is and whether you're getting fair value for that. Tonight, what you'll be deciding to do, really what you're deciding is, do we put this out for advertisement that we would like to go forward with the sale of this property? And by statute, you have to give others 30 days to see if they want to submit alternative proposals than the one proposal you've got. And the criteria that you're going to use, it's not as necessarily as fixed criteria that you would do if you were doing a competitive procurement. You are the landowner selling it to them, so you have much greater flexibility as to what you are going to decide is in the best interest of the CRA in the city. And what the statute says, and I'll just kind of summarize it for you, of what you should consider as your criteria, and this is what we need to flesh out before we do the public advertisement in the newspaper. Consider all such redevelopment or rehabilitation proposals and the financial and legal ability of the person making such proposals to carry them out. So you can look at the proposal itself and also the qualifications of the entity. You can negotiate with anyone submitting those proposals for the purchase, lease, or other transfer of that real property in the community redevelopment area. And then it's very broad. You may accept such proposal as it deems to be in the public interest in the furtherance of the purposes of this part, meaning the CRA to avoid blight and to encourage redevelopment. So I'd encourage you to go forward with the public advertisement, direct staff to develop that advertisement, maybe bring it back to one more meeting so you actually see what they're putting in there, or give them some terms to proceed there. Give the community 60 days to get you your responses back,
And then you can have this much broader discussion as to what is it worth to us, whether it's the appraised value, whether it's even more, or interestingly, under the statute, you could actually sell it for a lower value than what the fair market value. Unlike a sale of normal real estate, if you were just doing this for the city and it wasn't in your CRA, you can't sell it for less than fair market value. Here, because of the purpose of why you're selling it, you could even sell it for less than fair market value. I'm not suggesting you do that. Obviously, it seems like to be a very nice piece of property, but that's the general process. You don't have to make any real major decision tonight other than directing staff to draft up that advertisement, give folks at least 30 days, and then you'll have a much harder decision when you get those proposals in, but then you can negotiate with them. There's no restrictions on negotiating with one and not all of them. You have the flexibility as the owner of this property to do it, so you can determine what's going to be in the best interest, public interest, and furtherance of developing CRA property.
Thank you, Ms. Golston. Any questions for Ms. Golston? Thank you so much. Additional comments from the board? Thank you. Mr. Evans, just to make sure if you could clearly state a direction of the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe I heard that we should proceed with advertising it and to develop the advertisement such that it identifies, instead of the minimum 30 days, it provides 60 days or 45 days. I heard those two numbers.
We'll move with 60 days as presented on the agenda.
And we will also, obviously, the potential proposers will be looking at the CRA, so we'll make sure our website reflects the proposal that's been received, so that they can go to our website and see what the board has considered tonight.
Thank you. Board member motion for 60 days.
Second.
Do we have a second for that?
Second.
Yeah.
You recognize.
Just as presented inside of item 7D, the board is requested to approve moving forward with the unsolicited proposal directing staff to advertise the property for others in accordance with the state statutes and the attached legal memorandum with the caveat of 60 days.
With caveat of 60 days. The second still stands?
Yes.
Thank you. Additional comments? Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Lanier,
Yes.
Commissioner Spiritus,
Yes.
Vice Chair McCoy,
Yes.
Chair Lawson.
Yes.
That vote passes 5-0.
Thank you. 7D. I'm sorry, 7E, yes.
Consideration of response from APD Tazrol to cure notice of breach of ENA provided by the CRA board. Option A, elements 1 through 5. Option B, element 6. The acceptance of public comment cards are now closed. Mr. Chair, we have 3 comment cards.
Thank you. Mr. Evans?
I think we should have full discussion and then figure out.
Hey, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to bring to the board's attention. First, I think there's 2 things. One is you have a request from Tezrol for the board to consider elements 1 through 5 separate from element 6, and we consulted our attorney, BMO, as well as Pittman Law Group, and they have provided the board an extensive legal memo on not only that, but on a variety of issues related to this, and that's in your packet. And we've also printed it, and it's each of the board members has it. So the finding was that ultimately the board has to decide if you want to review elements 1 through 5 separate from element 6. I would say that in addition, of course, is the primary agenda item, which is consideration of the board's response to cure the notice of breach from APD Tezrol related to the project. Staff's recommendation is really unchanged by whether the board decides to do the elements 1 and 5 separately from 6. So I think that's a process determination that this board can make. Our recommendations would be unchanged regardless of whether you're looking at 1 and 5 separately or 6. I will just go ahead. Our recommendation is that the board terminates the solicitation of the waterfront elements and issues a new RFP. And this is because of the lengthy negotiation process, substantial periods of time with no progress from the combined entity, and some of the questionable submittals that were ultimately received. We also find that if the board wants to provide additional time for a cure, that this option, we would recommend that you allow 90 days for Tesrol partner to cure all of the remaining waterfront elements. Their proposal to 6, which they're requesting to separate, they did establish that they were making an effort to try and cure for that element. Although economic returns would still need to be negotiated and improved. And the reason I provide that up front is because they're requesting to separate the elements. And I just wanted to clarify that staff does, if the board wanted to go in that direction, our recommendation is that they would be requested on their own to cure for all of the waterfront elements, because it's very important that this project be one combined entity. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is that the full proposal?
Well, I
Presentation,
wanted to comment on the first decision that needs to be made by the board, which is whether you want to consider them separately.
Okay, so they're listed as element of A and B, elements 1 through 5, and then element 6. Is there going to be a separate proposal for them, or are we just going to have discussion? Separate presentations, or is it going to be discussion? What is going to be the intent if we do hear them separately?
Mr. Chair,
You recognize?
all of our materials analysis is all done on the entire project, but I think if the board elected to choose and talk about them separately, staff is fully prepared to support that action.
Okay, I'm okay with discussing it as is. We can move forward with discussion. Okay. Board member?
I don't, can you repeat that for me?
I'm okay with moving forward to discuss elements 1 through 5 and then element 6, A and B as noticed.
Okay, that's fine. But before we go there, I want to ask Mr. Evans of a question, because I'm trying to get some understanding, and I was trying to locate where it is here and I didn't find it. So seemingly you read off of a script or some sort of report. Is that the JLL memo that you read off of? Because I was trying to identify specifically the breach. I know you spoke to one of timeliness. Where's that located at?
Mr. Chair.
Recognize.
That
because,
would
because the notice of breach is not contained in our backup documents.
it's the subject to the agenda item. It's consideration of I would just read directly from the subject line in the agenda.
Correct. But when you actually put them on breach of what they were in violation of, I don't have that in my backup. Because if you're asking me now to decide whether or not to cure the breach, I want to actually see for myself what the staff say. Because if you remember, we were in the meeting and you guys sent out whatever notice to the development team exclusive of the board. So I don't believe, and I'm trying to recall, I've ever seen what you actually put them on notice that they were in breach of. And it's not contained here in the backup. So in order for me to address holistically whether or not a cure has been resolved, I need to be able to see what the original breach that staff communicated to them. And I'm not talking about what you said. I want to see what was originally sent to them, if that helps.
Mr. Chair.
You recognize.
Yes, and I will say that this is a multifaceted project. So we do have Brian Miller Olive here to assist, as well as Jones Lang and LaSalle. And the notice the notice that was sent to them was breach of the requirements that the board put in the exclusive negotiation agreement.
That is telling me absolutely nothing, sir. Because the exclusive negotiation agreement has to be, 15, 20 pages? And I don't know specifically what you guys called out. And, if we want to go on, I just kind of want to be able to look back at it. But I thought maybe I would have seen it in the backup. But that's all I just wanted to get clarification on.
Thank you. Comments?
Chair?
You recognize
Okay, so we got Mr. Lanier, I'll
Go
go.
ahead, go ahead.
Commissioner Spiritus, go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Evans, the master developer was responsible to develop 0 through 6? Is that what we're discussing here tonight?
Mr. Chair.
You recognize?
Yes, that's what we're discussing, the
And-
waterfront element.
And can you tell us who the master developer is?
That would be the combined entity of Tesral APD. Yes.
So they were responsible to do 0 through 6.
Mr. Chair.
You recognize?
Yes, we had one agreement with both parties. They had split up who was going to do each element on their team, but our agreement is with both of the parties.
And that's what the RFP went out for originally, was to develop the entire site? Not the piecemeal was done by the developer, or was it done by the city?
Mr. Chair.
Who split the parcels up?
Originally, we had the board decided to do element by element approach. The board then, in the summer of 2023, considered a proposal from the development team suggesting that all of the waterfront elements were closely linked together, and that was supported by staff also, so that we could take a more holistic approach and look at all of those elements at the same time. But the original, when we started negotiating, it was on an element by element basis.
So then, but the RFP, when the request for proposals went out, how did it read?
Mr. Chair.
You recognize?
We were looking for a master developer for the entire project.
Okay, so it wasn't piecemeal, it was the entire site.
Originally, yes.
Okay.
So, Mr. Evans, you did state that we're discussing 0 through 6 tonight. It's noticed as 1 through 5 and 6. Is 0 included, which is the event center?
Mr. Chair.
You recognize?
Yes, it is. It is included as the waterfront developments.
Are we discussing that tonight?
It is not proposed to be discussed. We did have a board workshop in January of last year where the agreement to that, we sort of defined what the board was looking for and defined where we'd reached in negotiations. And then we focused on the rest of the elements. So it is included in the proposal, but the staff and the developer collectively worked on moving that forward, brought it to the board, got your feedback, and then we did not move that element forward as we were trying to complete the rest of it.
So we're not discussing the event center. Where are we with that? Is that not going to be discussed? Is that going to be, if we decided to not proceed with this project that's included, what is going on with the event center? Because I thought we were going to be doing 0 through 5 and 6 tonight.
Mr. Chair, 0 through the entire waterfront elements includes the event center. Yes, it is
Okay,
included.
so you also stated that the development team was discussing 0 through 6. For tonight, we're doing 0 through 6. It's stated as 1 through 5 and 6. So it's 0 through 6, the waterfront. But then also the development team was actually 0 through 8, which includes the projects that were approved. The related group has already got a lease agreement, which is going to be 7 and 8 as well. That was negotiated by the APD Tesral team.
That is correct, Mr.
All right,
Chair.
so we've got progress, we've got growth on the marina. When they separated the teams, what teams negotiated the element 7 and 8? Internally, they had separate teams? And was staff aware of who negotiated what? On 7 and 8, was that APD Tesral? Was that Tesral? Was that APD? Who negotiated the related site?
So the teams working on those different elements changed over time. Those changes were brought to the board and approved. And we worked directly with the developers who were working on those individual elements. So for the example of element 7 and 8, we were working with the related development team and the Tesral partner.
Okay, so even though it was a master developer, that team and those terms were negotiated, and that's supposed to be coming back before us. It just approved permitting, planning and zoning, I believe, on Thursday last week. So we're not discussing those items tonight because it's not noticed, but that was part of this entire master development, just to make sure we're clear.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that was originally.
So we
and-
have some progress done, and that was negotiated by Tezrel and Related Group, and that was approved unanimously at the P&Z meeting, from what I remember. So I just want to make sure we're on the same page with, we still as a board have the discretion to do as we please with this and be legally defensible. So if we decide to separate, bifurcate, and move forward in a different direction, we have that ability to do, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think we as a board put this together. The RFP was originally stated, and that this board, prior to me joining this board, decided to put these two teams together, regardless of who was the number 1, 2, or whatever happened. When we joined this board, we decided to continue to proceed, and we've got progress with banners and shovels going in the ground very soon. What do we need to do next with moving forward on getting this project done or moving forward? I think is the discussion tonight.
Yes.
Okay,
Mr. Chair?
you're recognized.
Yeah, I,
Actually, hold on, Commissioner Lanier, go ahead.
there you go.
Yeah, we need to rip the Band-Aid off here. Now, this is ridiculous. We have been doing this for 7 years. We had 0 through 6 on the table. We gave them 30 days to cure. That did not happen. Actually, it was 60 plus days. And now we're right back here saying, oh, no, we didn't do that, but we'll just split it up and we'll talk about, listen, if you want to move forward with things, you've given enough chances. You have given enough chances. It has been 7 years. We said at the last meeting that we would give 30 days to cure. They agreed, we agreed, and even some members said, if that doesn't happen, we have to move on. We said that. So we cannot continue to sit here. Now we want to split hairs. We want to split it up. We had a contract with this company. We had a contract with them. We asked them after 7 years, we're going to give you 30 more days that you can cure this. It did not happen in 60. Now you're going to come back and you're going to spread it out and do 1 through 5 or do 6. I mean, let me calm down.
I think, Commissioner, and I hear your sentiments. I'm frustrated. I agree. I agree with you. I understand.
I'm frustrated because, other developers should be so lucky to get that type of grace, to be able to go 7 years and not have not one shovel in the ground. And yeah, this is something where we really just have to make a decision. I mean, we've done every single thing possible. Every single thing possible. We put out, we said that you can, if you can do this whole 0 through 6, okay, we will give you all concessions. We were not, I know I was not happy with some of the concessions in terms of 15-year deferment on taxes. Without being said, we gave 30 days back in August. I think it was August the 4th. Now it's September, October, November. I mean, at what point do we say, hey, I mean, I think all of us agreed last time, sitting right here talking about this project, that, okay, listen, this is going to be it. We're gonna put this to bed. If you can't do this, then, you compete when it goes back out. It's just that simple. But to continue to sit here and split hairs when you have a contract that is in breach, then I don't know what we are doing here.
Sure.
You're recognized.
Okay, this is probably for, well, I guess it could be the council or Mr. Evans. You sent me information and discussed with me a letter from Margaritaville. Can you go into that, please? Margaritaville Hotel.
Mr. Chair, I would ask our CRA attorney to respond.
Councilperson, as part of the response to our letter to the development team asking them to cure, a letter was submitted as part of their packet in a timely manner difficult for them to cure included a letter which just on its face raised a few concerns. And so I was contacted to contact the author of the letter. And in speaking with the author of the letter said he did not write said letter that was submitted to the city and submitted to the CRA. It was, submitted to the CRA, and that Margaritaville does not stand by that letter. So that letter was discounted and not included, that we didn't consider it when looking at their response. But it was a letter submitted as proposed by Margaritaville that Margaritaville couldn't confirm that that letter was actually written by the person. And I spoke to the person. They said they did not write that letter.
Chair?
You recognize?
So it was a fraudulent letter.
The purported to have written the letter stated they did not write that letter.
Chair.
Dr. Spirit, you have any more questions?
Nope.
Follow. Go ahead, Commissioner Litter.
As good as I really like this team, I really do. I mean, Mr. Ezra, I know him a long time. I really do, but it is, at some point you have to say, hey, look. And then now they're saying, you told us, you submitted a letter, and you said that this letter is verified that we have this particular vendor to work with. Come to find out, the vendor said, no, I didn't write that. So you can call it fraud, you can call it misrepresentation, you can call it a deviation from what it was supposed to be. Call it what you want. But at this point, this is a full stop. This is a full stop right now, because now we're talking about letters that are fraudulent or are deviating from what they're supposed to be. I mean, you have to at some point say, listen, it would be better for this group to go back out and compete. It would be better. But at this point, we cannot keep dragging this board always is talking about moving. We got to move. We got to get development done. And we've been here 7 years. 7 years. 7. 2 years before we even got here. So what is happening at this point is that I don't even know. I just know that we need to start this process over again. We need to wipe the slate clean, issue a new RFP, get some competitive new development teams in. Any innovative designs, the Tesla team can apply as well, but we need to clean the slate here. This has gone on too long, and it is getting real messy, really messy. And to have these kind of, not even an accusation, it's true. The letter wasn't, it was fraudulent. That's the truth. So instead of keep going back down this road, you can't fix that. You cannot fix that. We went all the way to tonight, and this is what has happened. And that right there is a full stop. We cannot fix it. We need to cut our losses. We need to put this back out. We need to get some competition. Because now, just like that forest development team, they haven't, that has piqued people's interest in the city with them doing an unsolicited proposal, just putting it out there, and people say, oh, well, maybe we can do something like that. So the marina, which is the jewel of the city, is oceanfront. We need to be able to pay for how the city is growing. We need to be competitive, but we need to be fair. We have to be fair. And there's no way that if this were any one of us sitting out here that we would even tolerate that. We just got to cut it loose. So let's start fresh. No hard feeling, people. Let's just move forward.
Mr. McCoy.
So to my colleagues down on the west end that seem to have made their decision, Mr. Evans, I'm gonna ask you not to say anything. Mr. Smith, I'm gonna ask you not to say anything. I've asked them for the question of what was the breach. You've already made the determination that we need to throw it out. I'm looking for my colleague to tell me specifically what the breach was, because as it stands right now, emotions. Oh, well, clearly, you're searching for it? Oh, so apparently you're searching for it. So what I'm saying to you is you can't sit here and arbitrarily toss out an E&A when this is an agreement that you were very specific in describing. I want to know from my colleagues, even if this letter, which I'm not even sure that I'm ready to discuss this, give me something to hang my hat on. Where is the actual breach and what were they asked to cure and did they do it? But you're saying nothing but emotions and haven't pointed to any specific breach of what was asked of them. And then a part of the comprehensive proposal that was returned, what was not met.
Mr. Chair.
You recognize Commissioner Lanier.
There was a cure notice for 30 days from August, September. I think it was September 4th, October 4th, November 4th. It was 30 days to cure it. It was a part of the contract. If you look at the contract, these were the things that they said that they were going to cure. They were going to work with their partners. They were going to come back with a different deal. They were going to work together, come back with something different that we can look at and say, okay, you know what? You know, they're partners. They work together. They've come to an agreement where they can work it out and move forward. But in that interim, this same team submitted a document that was fraudulent. So with all of that on the outside, that right there is enough for me. That's enough.
Okay, Chair. So I was asking specifically what needed to be cured. They came back with a comprehensive plan. Even in that comprehensive plan, it checked all of the boxes. So I'm trying to find out, according to my colleagues down on the West End, what was the actual breach?
Mr. Chair?
I'm sorry.
Hold on one second, guys. Commissioner McCoy, finish.
What was the actual breach? And then in terms of the comprehensive response, what was not met a part of the actual cure that they presented, a part of the comprehensive proposal? And I mean, I'm not trying to, I don't want nobody to reiterate the broad facts. I'm trying to get down to the very specific, because you can't terminate an agreement based on that, because they did file a response. What they did not meet that was called out in that, in fact, the letter that said that they breached, that they did not actually come back and cure. And if they're not talking specifics, Mr. Chair, sir, look at me. I'm going to reclaim my time, because I'm not trying to sit here and soapbox this thing all night. I want to know specifics where I can be able to hang my hat.
Okay.
The question, hold on. The question was for legal?
No, because
No,
I've
he
already
said no.
asked Mr. Evans what was it and what was he reading off of, and he did not give me anything. So apparently they seem to have some information that
No.
God
Hold on,
damn it.
hold
Are
on,
you gonna
hold
let
on.
me finish?
Board members, please, if we can continue. Commissioner McCoy, finish your
I mean,
comments.
because it's getting frustrating. I started off the meeting and I asked Mr. Evans what was he reading from, a script. He couldn't even provide it. I'm like, so what exactly are the breaches? Okay, what were they asked in the cure letter? And if you can't point to specifically what they did not cure, then all of this is nothing but some very subjective and not specific, because you're going to create a situation where even at this point, right, this is going to show bad faith if you don't point to specifically what was breached. And I'm not trying to be hard right now. It's just like, I'm trying to find out specifically, if you're going to say that they breached, point to it. Don't give me, they were given 30 days to come back and then they did. Well, they actually did, but tell me specifically what didn't they meet in the letter.
To that point, that was the issue, and I had this conversation with staff. It's making sure that it's legally defensible, because if we throw it out, we don't want to be tied up in lawsuit. And that was the concern, and that's the same thing I believe my colleagues addressing. But Commissioner Lanier,
And
go ahead.
the concern was that there was 30 days to cure.
Oh my gosh. I reclaim my time,
They didn't
Chair.
do it.
Hold on, Council. Hold on, Commissioner.
They had 30 days to cure and they did not do it.
Okay.
They absolutely.
So, but now I guess the question is, she made a statement. They had 30 days to cure. Attorney Smith, what did they have 30 days to cure? So now, go ahead, Attorney Smith.
The letter written by the CRA back in, what's the date on this? Well, the letter written back in July had referenced the ENA, which were complete milestones E, F, G, H, I, and J, asking them to get, those were supposed to be completed by the date of the letter. Those weren't completed. You want to see? Those weren't completed.
So
Those milestones weren't completed.
What is EF? What is EFGHIJ? What is it?
Nick, could you come to the
So the cure letter, and do we have a copy of that? If you could email that to the board?
Yes.
Yes. And it's in the backup.
It's in the backup? Okay. So the cure letter gave 30 days to cure these items.
Yes.
Okay. And they had 30 days to do that. Welcome, Nick. Thank you, Mr. Finelli.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Commissioners. The notice of default had provisions that were laid out in a memo written by the CRA and issued to the development team back in June. Those provisions included the packages as part of this cure package, provide letters of interest from hotel operators as part of the development team. So when our team and legal were unable to verify the validity of the letter from Margaritaville, we determined that the response was in breach.
Yeah. Let me stop. I mean, what is so difficult? Mr. Finelli,
Yes,
if you
sir.
don't mind, please wait. I want to know what E, F, G, and all of these alphabets are. Can somebody please get that to me? Because, I mean, you're sitting here crucifying somebody, and I've not heard one specific E, they needed to do this. F, they needed to do that. If you're not talking about that, Nick, I don't want to hear it because I just spent 30 minutes listening to the gentlewoman down on the West End. So give me some specifics, because we can't terminate an agreement on something that's so nebulous.
Sure. Milestones E, F, G,
And
H,
point
I,
to
and J.
specifically where it's at, because it's not in the backup, Mr. Scott.
So in the ENA, milestones E, F, G, H, I, and J are milestones related to elements 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 as part of the ENA. That's the
Sure.
correlation.
Hold on one second, Dr. Smith. I'm sorry. You said 0. So the items to cure were 0.
Milestones are alphabetized to correlate to the elements that we're talking about tonight, elements 0 through 6.
And the cure letter, you said, is in the backup, attorneys, Ms. Evans?
Yes, every single document in this, we uploaded to the shared drive every single document in this project.
I'm sorry, no, I'm in the backup, as you stated. So in the backup,
It's on the cover page with the link. for
Yes, on the
Dropbox.
cover page, it says there's a link to the documents.
cover page, open link, got it.
Link to all.
Okay.
And once you open up that,
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I had it on my computer and it died, so.
Okay, and the cure letter had E.
Okay, is it listed as cure letter? Because I'm trying to follow along as to what we're talking about, members.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that they weren't able to cure. I'm trying to find this letter.
Okay, so right on, when you follow the link, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, when you follow the link,
Yep.
there's documents right on that first page you land on.
Developer submittals, post response, September submittals. Is this what I'm looking at?
Right, and then the next document down is amended exclusive negotiation agreement.
Yep.
And that contains the letters that were referred to that Mr. Smith referenced in the letter we sent them.
Oh, gosh. I'm sorry.
It took me to a resolution.
It's asking me to download something.
So that resolution, yes, that
Can you
resolution.
just pull it up on the screen for us? Is that possible?
I think.
I mean, you know, it's something for it's something to be said that we're sitting here and nobody can actually point specifically to it. And I think we shouldn't, members consider imposing a 10 o'clock hard stop on CRA 2. You got it?
Let's, wait on this letter. I pulled it up here. This it's referring to the letters which are now shown on the screen.
Is that a part of the resolution, sir?
This is the agreement that was attached to that resolution, yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Scott. Mr. Chair.
You're recognized.
So back to the notice of breach of the exclusive negotiation agreement. You'll notice in the third paragraph, it references milestones E, F, G, H, I, and J. On the screen, you'll see here E, approval of elements 1 through 3, the parties' agreement to business terms for ground lease and development agreement. F, approval of elements 0, upland property management and exclusive commercial broker agreement. G, approval of element 4, the party agreement to business terms for ground lease and development agreement. H, approval for element 5. And I, approval of element 6, B at the time 6B and 7C. And J, approval of element 6. When you go back to the staff memorandum that was issued on June 21st, outlining the expectations of the submittal process following the notice of breach. Staff highlights, bear with me, I'm scrolling to it, a list of important dates and required submittals on page 4. And I'll read off from that list. July 1st, deadline for submission of revised LOI, conceptual site plan, and descriptive narrative of proposal elements for staff review and comment, to include financial pro forma and other proposed business terms, including defined requests for public funding assistance. July 12th, please submit letters of commitment from proposed hotel flags, phasing plan for construction of elements, and financing plan for any proposed residential units. So this note about proposed hotel flags and your question about where the breach came from, this unverified letter gave us cause to give our recommendation of termination.
Termination or breach?
Termination of the exclusive negotiation agreement as laid out in the notice of breach.
Sure.
One moment.
Okay, so I'm lost. So this is the agreement. What are you reading from?
And I'm happy to pull this up too. I bet Scott has it here.
Well, just tell me what it is, because
This was a staff memorandum that was issued to the development team on June 21st, 2024. Comments on proposed master plan amendment to Marina Village hospitality elements. And staff laid out a timeline and requirements for submittal to be adhered to further negotiations for the project. Staff wanted to make sure that they had legitimate development partners and hotel flags
Yes,
as
sir.
part of the submittal.
I'm with you.
Right.
I got you. Thank you.
Mhm.
Dr. Spinach, recognized.
All right, so, Nick, were they required to submit financials or the ability to finance the project, a commitment letter?
Yes, sir, they were.
Did they do that?
Yes, sir, they did.
They gave you a commitment letter for financing?
They gave us a commitment letter. The commitment letter was from a group based here in West Palm Beach. We did some due diligence as part of this entire package. We did all of our due diligence, right? We called the Margaritaville folks. We called the Radisson folks that were very excited about the project. We called, I think it was Marriott. We also called the financier, and they did provide a letter. Yes, sir.
So if that was a legitimate letter and for financing and for a hotel flag, then why are you rejecting? Why are you not supporting?
So
why are you saying they didn't cure?
in our memo, now the cure issue is specific to the letter from the hotel flag, right? We did have issues with the letter from the proposed financier, in that in discussing with them, having a couple brief conversations and then another more in-depth conversation, we realized that the value of the project that they were proposing to finance was almost 4x of any project that they had done previously. And quite frankly, we had never heard of this particular group, and our JLO Capital Markets group, which is one of the largest providers of debt and equity across the entire world, had never heard of this team. So we did have some reservations about this particular letter that was submitted.
So you still have reservations about that
Yes, sir, we
letter?
do.
Okay.
And I believe that was outlined in the memorandum that we provided.
If we can hear public comments.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
we have 3 public comment cards for this item. Mary Bram, followed by Delcia Brooks Hamilton.
Excuse me, I gotta go do some convolution. I'll be right back.
Mary Brown.
Got a convolution session. We have feedback there. Yeah. I haven't eaten this for
That's your boy.
First of all, let me say to the general public, inside as well as outside, a happy Thanksgiving to every resident inside the city as well as out, because perhaps we will not be here for another meeting this month. So Ms. Bram is giving those happiness that's coming straight from her heart. You know, I'm just about at the breaking point here. We have been here ever since 2018. 2018 here now. What year is this? 2024. Sometimes we have to consider, and it's not that we don't like a person. See, I can't do business on liking. I have to do my business when business is at hand and how we're going to execute it. I've said numerous of times about the apple. We have given bites and bites and bites and bites. And I know at this particular point, you're just at the core of that apple now. But you as a board will have to come to that decision there. I saw some disturbing stuff here where you have 2 options here. And you as a board, myself, and I know others is watching this here. And they're saying too, when is that board there is going to stand out on some faith and courage? And it doesn't take whether I like Commissioner Miller Anderson, or whether the Chair Lawson, or Miss Lanier, or Mr. Spiritus down there. The business is not based on that. It's business that is based on facts and evidence. Where we are. If the money is there, Ms. Graham say move it. If the money is not there, that's the way the faith and courage comes in at. All of this talking bites, and I'm like this. I have nothing against Tony Brown, and I love them both. Tells the rest as well as Tony Brown. But that night ADP jumped back in here. That was the draw right there. You don't do business like that. You just do not do business like that. And this is what makes we as a city look so bad. We try to be lenient. We try to work on and on and on. But sometimes we have to say, hey, it's going to be another project. Take a bite at that project and have all your ducks in order and all the I's dotted and the T's crossed. Now, in this back up here, you got two options here. So tonight, we want you to choose these options here. It should not be any more delays. Thank you.
Thank you.
Delcia Brooke Hamilton, followed by Terrence Davis.
Good evening, Council, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair Scone, and community. My name is Delcia Brooks Hamilton, and I am really disturbed by this whole thing. You know, I'm a businesswoman, have been in business for many years. My family has been in the restaurant, hospitality, boarding business for the past, ever since I can remember. And, you know, I love Riviera Beach. I really do. Matter of fact, I go to church here and I eat here all the time. Mr. Rafiki Tiki, I'm at his restaurant all the time. I remember when he put shovels in the ground. I was actually here before Mr. Demetrius. So 2015, February 2015, I know you guys have heard me many times, but I am so frustrated at this point. You know, I keep saying my money is green just like everyone else's money. I see people come up in here, they get their projects approved, and here it is. I am still here. I'm a Black businesswoman, and, you know, it's like I'm begging you guys to do business with me. It doesn't make any sense. I walked into the city and I said, listen, I want to open up a 4-star restaurant. I have my master developer and I have the money. What do I need to do? Here it is today. It's a decade. It's 10 years. I am still here. And, you know, I'm hearing all this nonsense about, you know, the breach of contract, this, and the other. It doesn't really make any sense to me because I had the money. I still do. I have my master developer to come in and build my restaurant, build a parking garage. Okay. What I think needs to really happen, you guys really need to make a decision because it really doesn't make sense at this point. You guys are intelligent people. You know, I've been here longer than every one of you here. Well, I think Keshav Anderson, I think you started probably in 2015. I've been here 2012. I've been to all the workshop, everything. You know, I don't understand why I have to beg the city to do business with them. I have lost so much money. I have spent so much money. Not only I have lost money, you have lost money too. You know, I've been so kind and so gentle coming up here, but now I'm pissed off. I am totally upset because of the fact that we're still at this point. The city have lost so much money, and so have I. Now, who's going to reimburse me the money that I have lost? Where do we go from here? Why do we keep going back and forth, back and forth? You will either approve it or not, okay? But there's no other way out. I mean, you know, you guys are the policymakers. You guys are the responsible people here. You know, we come in, we bring our money, we want to do business, but you're not giving us the opportunity to do business. You know, and here it is tonight. We don't know where we're going from this point forward. So make a decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Terrence Davis.
Welcome, Mr. Davis.
Good evening, good night, and good morning by the time we all wake up. Terrence Davis, proud resident of this great, wonderful city. Former CRA commissioner back in 2015-16, I had the pleasure of working with Miller Anderson as we sat on this board and I chaired this process. I did not like the process that we had merged the relationship. I did not want to vote on it that way. But what I will say is that ADP, which was Vine Irons, never agreed on record to move forward in a joint venture agreement. That was forced upon us by Ms. Commissioner Botel at the time. She stood up and gave a round of applause. But this is not about I. This is about we. We all hold a responsibility in this process. We all know that every time we get closer and closer to a development deal, there's always somebody behind the scenes trying to cause confusion. And we know there's a letter that's been circulating, but we also do know that with that letter, your staff had an opportunity to verify, is that hotel flagship willing to do a deal in this city? And it's my understanding they said yes. The best thing that this board can do, that hasn't done yet with your staff, is get the entire ADP intelligence in this room, all of your staff, and ask the questions one by one. Get your one-on-ones, get it done at one time. Because is my understanding, as I follow this process, is a meeting with Tezra, there's a meeting with ADP, there's a meeting with staff. Each commissioner have their independent meetings, and you guys are not all being brought up to speed at the same level. And so when you get in this meeting, some folks have a little bit more information than others. And then the public is getting that same feedback. And at some point, this has to stop. The only people lose is our children. Because we talked about housing previously, but how can you talk about housing? You can't put people to work. You got a chance before this new year come upon, as these holidays come up, you get this entire development team in this room. Because once again, they're not all here today. I see some of them here. I see some of the Tezra members. I see some ADP members. I see all of your staff here. Staff should schedule a meeting, a 1-hour meeting for each and every one of you with their entire team. But don't have no confusion where you have a meeting, the meeting leave, and then conditions change. And then you've been forced upon, hey, if I kick it out, you bring another developer in. What happens? You negotiate the same way. It doesn't matter who you bring in. So I think the fair thing for you to do as a commission to work together is to schedule a meeting with the entire development team, one-on-ones with your entire development staff, and ask your questions. And if you come out there with confusion, I'm here to champion, kick them out. But until you do that, you ain't doing yourself a service and you ain't doing this community a service. But I encourage you to do work well and do well together.
Mr. Chair, that's the end of comment cards.
Thank you. Commissioner Lanier, go ahead.
I'd just like to reiterate the point that this is not about, personalities or who someone likes or dislikes. This is about the business of the city. I understand that we have been at this for the last 7 years. I understand that we have provided, concessions, agreements, and things just have not worked out. And at some point, if we're going to be about the business of the city, not about individual personalities or whom likes whom, it is about the business of the city and being able to move the city forward. That is our crown jewel, the marina. And with that being developed, that itself will bring more development to the city, period. It is something that developers can look at and envision, and we can envision, but we have to get it done. We cannot continue to have meetings until 10 and 11 and 12 o'clock at night for the last 7 years and keep coming up with the same solution. We have tried every single thing that we can. We have tried. It has not worked out. So at this point, we just need to move forward, and we need to put this out, and we need to get competition. We need to get new ideas, and Tesla could be a part of that. But we need to be able to cut this where it is, because this is dragging into an area of just messiness and accusations. And I mean, there was a breach. You had a contract. You were supposed to do something. by a specified amount of time, and it didn't happen. So we uphold the termination and we move forward. There is nothing else that we can do at this point, given the fact that everything was spelled out in regards to where the breach was, how it happened. And that's what we pay our consultants for. That's what we pay our staff for. We ultimately make that decision, but they provide us with the information to make informed decisions. And at this point, we just need to move forward.
Mr. Chair.
Disposition is recognized.
Okay, so, Scott, Mr. Evans, I'm going back to your original comments. Your recommendation was that 0 through 6 should go out, should be treated as one parcel, should not be split. I assume you believe that a developer looks at the entire package, makes it easier for a development team to come in and do the entire site rather than doing it piecemeal. Is that what your thought was?
Mr. Chair.
You recognized.
Yes, that was the concern is that, for example, if you're going to build a parking garage, the main driver of that parking garage is probably going to be restaurants. So we don't want to negotiate for a parking garage without knowing the restaurants we're getting, nor do we want to negotiate for restaurants if there's no parking. Both obviously are interrelated. They both need each other. So we thought that, so the recommendation is that the entire project needs to be negotiated at once.
Question for council, Mr. Chair.
You recognize.
Counselor, that letter, that Margaritaville letter, that's the thing that bothers me the most, quite frankly. That letter, that's a public company, Margaritaville. Correct?
I'm not sure whether Margaritaville is privately held or publicly held.
I know that it is.
Okay.
It is a public company. So are there any SEC violations, or can there be any issues with SEC? You know, people buy stocks based upon letters that are issued and based upon, things that are on the street. So is there any possibility that there's going to be an SEC investigation or something as a result of that letter? Is that possible?
That would be for Margaritaville's counsel to opine on. I can only opine that we did not accept the letter, and so it was not part of the presentation that was presented. We discounted the letter, so we couldn't count it as part of their response.
Right, but follow up, Mr. Chair?
You recognize.
Yeah, right, but we did speak publicly, and we were told publicly that Margaritaville was coming as part of the proposal, and that was public. So that's why that letter concerns me. But I sort of agree with the councilwoman to the east of me, since we like to call things by their direction, I guess, people. But Councilwoman Lanier said it right. I like Tesra. I like their group. I believe they could give probably a very good proposal if we put this out to bid again for 0 through 6 rather than just 6. I'd like to see the entire site develop. It makes more sense from a planning and development and a financing standpoint, and the city will get a much better project, and it'll make more sense from a planning and development standpoint. I think we have to move on, and I do support the Tesra group. I'd like to see local groups submit proposals to the city and be part of the project. But I think we should open it up and let other people come in, and let's see what kind of proposals we got. The same discussion we just had with forest development. Let's put it out and let's see what comes back, because we might see something that may surprise us, maybe a much, much better proposal than we've seen so far. And it might be the Tesla group that comes back with that. So I think that we should open it up and look at the entire 0 through 6 rather than trying to piecemeal this and put 5 pounds in a 2-pound bag. I think we should look at the entire site and develop it as one parcel. Yes.
Are we going to hear from any of the, are we going to hear from the development team at all?
Well, Chair.
You recognize.
That's actually, so my colleagues on the west side down there, I guess, what part did we we leave out, because there's a couple important questions that I want to ask. While there's some allegations and even possible, I would call it inadmissible hearsay from Mr. Smith, that he's saying that the letter couldn't be verified. But did you get anything formal from Margaritaville that you can offer us other than you spoke to someone?
Yes, sir. There was a letter submitted from Margaritaville disallowing the letter. That's part of the record also.
Thank
Do we
you.
have?
The next question is, as a matter of due process, if this is true, right? I have two things. Number one, Mr. Finelli spoke of the letter, but the comprehensive proposal, or I should say, was there a response, or I get, was it considered a comprehensive response? There was also multiple flags that was listed in that comprehensive response. So would they have not sufficed, considering they had multiple flags inside of this response? Let's just say the one that is in question is fatal. Would they have not complied with the cure letter?
I'm going to be very careful about how I say this.
Well, you know what? Hold that thought. And that's exactly why I wanted to make sure that everybody up here knew exactly what they were doing before they started making these allegations. Because if they provided multiple flagships, how can you sit here and say that the comprehensive plan, that they did meet all of the A, B, C, D, E, F, whatever alphabet you called it, and then one faulty, fraudulent, whatever you want to call it, letter?
I didn't say fraud.
Right, but one letter that could not be verified is now pulled from the question. How do you now say that they actually breached when clearly there was multiple flags that were there? That was not the only, this whole agreement was not dependent on that one flag.
Again, I'm very careful about how I phrase this. Sure, they issued a letter from Radisson. We spoke with the folks at Radisson. They're very excited about the opportunity. Spoke with some folks in Marriott. They're very excited about the opportunity. What gives me pause as a professional, as your consultant who represents the best interest of the CRA.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there, because that's not even answering my question. I'm asking you, did they meet the definitions that was outlined in the cure letter? I'm not interested in your opinion, but the elements that were laid out, all the alphabetical letters, were they met, irrespective of the flag that you said couldn't be verified? And the answer is not going to give me some in my history or my experience.
So there's a number of things in the response that would require further, I think, negotiation, because
So,
it wasn't fully
Mr.
baked.
Finelli, I know you're in the northern region, but I'm gonna be very specific, and I'm gonna ask this just one more time.
Sure.
The alphabetical items that were enumerated, were they met with a response that satisfied the cure?
I would say no.
Okay, explain.
I would say no, first, because you had this letter for a flag that was pretty important as an anchor for not only the Element 6 hotel, which is adjacent to the Margaritaville port, right? There's also references to retail operators related to that same entity. So that therein brings pause to whether or not there was actually a market for the retail coming to the retail pads.
Isn't that speculative, though? I mean, I'm asking you a checklist of
Sure.
items, and
Sure.
and I'm not really asking for
I'm
opinion.
having a hard time understanding the question, sir, because you didn't let me finish what I was about to say.
Okay, here's a checklist.
And if I may finish, please let me finish, because as a professional with a professional reputation, when I come across through due diligence information that was given to me and submitted to a public entity that was verified by the group that we talked to as having not come from them, that's to me a hard stop. And I'm sorry that I'm not giving you an alphabetical list
Thank you.
of
This isn't
answers.
your meeting. when you go and get elected, but I'm going to reclaim my time. But let me tell you what a checklist is. Nick Finelli, come to our November 19th meeting. I want a blue blazer, a light blue shirt, khaki pants, and brown shoes. Guess what? Check, 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 and check. I can clearly say that. I'm not going to give you an opinion. Well, that shade of beige is not really, I wouldn't consider khaki. I mean, that's what you're basically saying to me. I'm just trying to ask very simply, because what's going to happen is if this gets thrown out without anybody definitively pointing to something specific that is without dispute, there's never going to be a development here. Never. You know why? Because it's going to be so tied up. And I know for certain that we married this team. We asked them for a joint proposal. Then when they came back with the joint proposal, or when they came back with the proposal, there were two separate ones. You asked them that it needs to be a comprehensive. Then they came back with a comprehensive. And then that's when this whole thing came up. So I'm just thinking to myself, we literally put this in this situation, and not you, my colleagues down there on the west side, or staff has been able to point specifically to what specific alphabet was not met, other than your opinion to a public agency. And I'm trying to caution you, because you're talking about in your experience. Well, I hope that you have enough E&O and can identify the city, because this is exactly where it's going to go. And Donald Trump, you can sit down too, sir, because I mean, your little comments and your little remarks from the sidebar, I ain't interested in that either, sir. So I'm just like literally trying to sit here and figure out, while staff had taken months on end, I'm trying to understand, how is it that you can come in here, but you can't speak to something specific and point out what wasn't met, other than, in your opinion, what a public agency should do?
How much time do you have? Because if we want to stay here all night, I mean, the letter of the ENA is agreement to business terms. We received these submissions essentially at the deadline, which meant that within that 30-day window, we didn't have a chance to come to an agreement of business terms. We were given terms that we then had to negotiate. So I think that's the first key item here. Just keep in mind. Now, we've spent a lot of time talking about this specific letter, right? Now, again, that gives, I think, me and my team quite a bit of pause. I think gives staff, legal, quite a bit of pause with, is this how we want to move forward as a staff, as a CRA? But I mean, we can rattle down this list of how the ENA, again, agreement to business terms. We never agreed to any business terms because we got these submittals right on the deadline. I think that's number one. Okay.
On the deadline or after the deadline?
Well, as a matter of fact, we got some pieces of information after the deadline. So some of the pieces of information we got after the deadline were related to specifically financing partners. Okay. So that's another piece that we can point to. There's quite a bit here. Our main focus, what gave us the most pause was this issue with the letter from Margaritaville. But there were other items that we've laid out both in our memo, in our discussions, and our one-on-ones that go beyond that. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Finally.
Mr. Chair.
Dr. Spears, you recognize.
Okay. So Nick, if I could just ask some, maybe I'm a little confused here, and I just want to go back to the specifics. They were required to come in here with a developer who had the experience in doing projects similar to this, with the financing in place, or a commitment for the financing, a solid commitment for the financing from someone who has done financing of this magnitude. They were required to have a business agreement, similar to what we went through with the related group, I guess, right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Pretty much the same thing.
Yes, sir,
We're
that's
following
correct.
the same policy. Did that happen, or did it not happen?
I think the best way to answer that is that the package we got was essentially the beginning of what would lead to a comprehensive negotiation, right? But again, questions about financiers, questions about the validity of hotel flags, one that I think is particularly important to the the actual development that had been sold to us, right? Yeah, it felt very thrown together. Let's put it that way. Now, there's a lot of hard work that went into it. I can tell you that. I mean, I think, some of the things that we asked for, particularly pertaining to element 6, we asked for specific, construction logistics plans. Unfortunately, we didn't get that for the entire site, but we got it for at least one piece of the site. So there was some hard work that went into this. I'm not going to say that the teams weren't working hard, but to be able to say comfortably that we were going to come here after receiving the packages and having been able to work through it for a week or two and come to the board with a recommendation for a path forward, there was quite a bit more work that had to be done.
Hey, Mr. Chair, follow up?
You recognize?
Okay, so Nick, who responded to this? Was this ADP and Tesra jointly? Did they submit separate cure proposals? Was it done jointly? How was this handled?
That's a great question. So the ENA is an entity that combines or is made up of both development partners or joint partners, APD and Tesrol. Both of those entities signed both letters of intent. They split up the letter of intent, and the reason behind that was for specific ownership entity purposes. As you know, being in the real estate industry, different LLCs will own different parcels or pieces of a deal. So that's why they submitted 2 letters of intent, but those letters of intent were executed by both parties for both 1 through 5, or 0 through 5 and 6.
So 0 through 6, this whole proposal that came to you was from the master developer, which was the joint venture.
That's right, and that's exactly how we wanted to see it as a part of the notice of breach, before that, the memorandum that we put out setting forth the path forward, wanting to see this as a comprehensive. Because if you may recall, Dr. Spiritus, many months ago we received 2 proposals for element 6, and we said no, we want one comprehensive proposal for element 6 that's part of the entire package.
Okay, you answered my question. Thank you.
Chair.
You recognize?
I think that the biggest thing here is this. You have a situation where the consultants are saying, listen, this is giving us pause. We have a letter that we received from the group. We verified the letter. The people said, no, we didn't write that. That wasn't us. That kind of pause is a big pause. This is a potential $300 million deal. And you have a situation where you've submitted documents that are not valid. So with that kind of hard stop, I say that you need to be able to, this is going to be a long-term relationship. I mean, it's been 7 years, common law marriage already. So now we're at the point where if we move forward with this hanging over it, this is the thing. This taints it. It really does, because outside of that letter, we still could say that you did not meet the agreement in terms of what you're supposed to give us. But this fraudulent, non-verified letter gives pause based on the fact that it is supposed to be a relationship of trust. And that gives all of us pause in the sense that, can I trust you? So we are kind of going back and forth, and I understand that these entities are supposed to be one entity. And, they may say, I didn't tell them to do that, but they're considered to be one entity. So if that's the case, I don't know why we keep going through this.
Thank you. Mr. Evans, are we hearing from the development teams?
Mr. Chair, that's entirely up to the board if you want to hear from them.
Okay. We're on elements. Item 6. I guess we can hear from one of the development teams. We have Tony here. Tony Brown.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm Tony Brown. I'm the partner in Tesra, and my other partner who just tapped me on the side is the Az in Tesra, Ezra Saffold. And standing behind me is our attorney, Grasper Smith with Ackerman. And then we also have in the audience our public relations firm, Anne Marie with Mosaic. Let me first say to all of you, thank you. I know this has been a long process. One of the things that we're very proud about, and you can see the alphabet ENA, is that we have delivered, Tesra has delivered on B and C. You have banners on Broadway that says coming soon, over 600 units of housing. Both elements B and C are presently going through your zoning process. On December 4th, you will hear the item on December 4th to approve element 8, and I've been assured by Related that we will break ground in April. So we're excited that Tesra has delivered. Dr. Spirit has asked a question about the master developer. Yes, APDS and Tesra, we formed an entity to execute the ENA with the city. We did not form a joint venture. We have disclosed this previously. And that what we said is that of the elements, we would divide responsibility. Element 8A, as in Apple, is the conceptual plan that you approved first. There was some method in doing this as we were going through COVID, and then as we were going through the recession. B and C is what I just commented on. That's the residential development that's underway. Tesra, we stood back for a year to allow our co-master developer partner to finish the negotiations with D, E, F, G, and H. That's the event center. That's elements, E is elements 1 through 3. F is the property management for the marina. G is element 4, and H is element 5. We didn't acquiesce. It was APD's turn to negotiate the agreements. And they've spent over a year to do that. And then they came back and asked to change A, the conceptual plan. The Margaritaville Compass Hotel was to be on 6. It then moved to 1. Then it came back to 6. I clearly understood, Tesra clearly understood that you were losing patience. I and J is, I is the public parking, and J is element 6. The public parking is a Tesra responsibility that we have assumed. And J is a joint responsibility with APD, which is why this hotel transaction has always been an issue. So I say to you, in one of the recommendations from your staff is to allow Tesra to complete everything. My partner is here. My investors have given me the tap on the shoulder to say that we are prepared to finish this marina in due speed. Element D, the event center. You know, I was here when we built the event center. For this event center to be incomplete is unfathomable. For this man to sit here and to operate in a small space without taking advantage of this entire event center should be cured and cured immediately. I stand before you to say that we're prepared to finish this. I'm not here to defend the Margaritaville letter. It was egregious. When we saw the letter from the general counsel from Margaritaville, they asked that we cease and desist any reference on the Compass brand flag. We immediately sent the letter October 15th, and I think Mr. Evans mentioned it's in your package, to comply with that demand. We had previously shared the Marriott commitment for element 6. And so the issue of whether or not the Margaritaville letter is an issue, once we became aware, as I want to stand here before you, we were not complicit. We were completely unaware in bringing back a cohesive, comprehensive plan. The only thing that we agreed to with APD is that we would develop the Compass Hotel as opposed to Marriott. If we had known then that APD did not have a commitment from Compass, we would have stuck with the Marriott letter, and your consultant indicated that they did verify that as being committed. We're prepared to finish this, and we hope that we have the opportunity. I'm getting feedback. I'm not sure what that is. We hope we have the opportunity to do this. Tezra is your local partner. You know us. Ezra lives here. You've seen my footprint in your CRA, and we're prepared to get this done. We're prepared to come back to you as fast as your staff will allow with a negotiated agreement for element 6. Mr. Evans is correct. You can't build restaurants without parking, and we're prepared to address that quickly and expeditiously, and we hope that you'll give us that opportunity. We can do this without APD. Our operating agreement has provisions that we've already have given Mr. Irons notice of our intent to exercise our rights within an operating agreement, and the most significant element is the default, indicating that he has failed to deliver on his responsibilities for elements 1 through 5, which gives Tezra the right with notice to take it over, and we have just done that. Thank you. I don't know if anything else.
Oh, and just to add, I employ and I pay taxes, so I'm not just a local guy. I believe in Riviera.
Good afternoon. My name is Grassford Smith. I represent the Tezral entity, and I want to be brief. In terms of an assertion of a breach, the city would have a burden of proof to establish a breach. And I've been here at least an hour, and I hear a lot of I thinks and so on. If this were a court and a judge and a cross-examiner, just imagine how that would go. But what I think Tony has stated, our group has stated, is that they really want to complete this project in good faith. Everything I've heard so far is an effort to really complete the project. So we would ask for that opportunity. Thank you.
I'll just add, the city of Riviera Beach, I think, deserves a lot of great wins. And I think a great win that's coming up that Tezral is proving is in December with Related Group of that partnership. And I know for a fact these gentlemen have the city's best interests at heart. And that is why it was important for them to make sure that Tezral's name is cleared of any wrongdoing. So I just want to make that for the record. Thank you all.
Good evening, everybody. Staff, my name is Damian Berry, standing on behalf of APDS Tezral today. Who am I? I'm Damian Berry, former NFL running back, Baltimore Ravens, from Suncoast High School by way of Belglade. I brought these guys here, Son and Blick. I brought those guys here to try to develop. The issue of the letter has been very, very tedious on everybody. But I can tell you right now, it was by the last minute notice of this meeting, Vaughn Irons was unable to make it. He has a meeting scheduled for tomorrow with Margaritaville. So with that being said, all the issue with the letter, if it was so important for everybody, or if it was even had validity to be an SEC problem, why have a meeting with the guy that y'all say that did it? We have worked tirelessly to comply with everything that the city has asked. We've been tossed back to get things, to bring things back together. But I feel like we are trying. So it's up to you to decide how we move forward. But I know that me and the APDS are doing everything we can to make sure it's a success on this marina. Thank you. Y'all have a great day.
All right, direction
I just
from the
want to
board.
make one clarification that, as far as I'm aware, there has been no standing on Mr. Damien and Sonoblik. There has been no assignment of development rights from APDS Tezra. Mr. Sonnenblick and team were brought in, I guess, to negotiate elements 1 through 5. And I don't know what has happened in that process, but they're in, they're out, they're in, they're out. I don't know. But what I will say, for the record, officially, that there is no standing because there has been no assignment of development rights. Thank you.
So we've heard from staff, we've heard from the teams. Anybody else want to talk? All right, board, what are we doing?
Mr. Chair?
Dr. Spirit, is you recognized?
Since the team put on a proposal and we're talking about a parking deck, can I just get some clarification with respect to the parking deck? Is the city going to have to pay for parking spaces or invest in the parking deck, or is the city going to get parking spaces in your proposal as a result of the development project?
Dr. Spiritus, we presented a conceptual plan for about 815 parking spaces, of which 655 of those spaces would be available to the public. We also submitted a pro forma to indicate that, yes, the public would pay for parking, and that in the proposal of terms, we indicated that the rates that the city would pay for parking would be with the concurrence of the CRA board or city council. So in that regard, we've approached the parking as a partnership, recognizing that the tremendous demand for parking goes beyond just the private elements, but just the demand on the water side alone is requiring in excess of the 600 parking spaces that we have in our plan.
Oh, I just want to clarify. The city was looking for, I think, 200 spaces. That's that correct, Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair?
You recognize?
Yeah, we've identified that the wet slips, in that part of the operation where the boat owners and the marina, the wet part of the marina, they do need in that area of about 200 spaces that would need to be exclusively to support the waterside marina.
Not the restaurants, just the marina itself?
That was, yes, that number. It's somewhere between 150 and 200, probably closer to the 200 number. And that's just for not only the existing slips out there, but also the expansion of the slips that we've envisioned for the future.
Okay, but so, Mr. Moran, is the city paying a portion of the construction costs of that deck or the financing costs of that deck, or are you going to be paying, your proposal is paying for the whole thing?
We're prepared to finance the entire parking and to have the residential development pay for its share. The conversation with the CRA, which would obviously be subject to this board's approval, was for the marina operations to purchase enough of the parking spaces to have a reserve dedicated deck for just the marina side. And that the proposal was whatever our costs are for those 210 spaces, that would be the amount that the CRA would pay. So the parking garage is a $50 million cost. And I think if we allocated 200 spaces, we're talking about 10 million out of the 50 million.
The city's going to finance 10 million or guarantee the financing of 10 million.
That would be a negotiable point.
Okay, another question for you, Mr. Brown. Is there a reason you didn't put in a proposal during the cure for 0 through 6?
Well, as I said, that cure is now because it appears that Mr. Irons is defaulting on his ability to deliver 1 through 5. And if that's the case, then we're exercising the clause in our operating agreement that allows TESRA to step forward if you are so inclined. It also requires your concurrence.
Mr. Chair?
Recognize.
All right, so I hear what you're saying, except that that's between you and Mr. Irons. As far as the city's concerned, you're one master developer for the entire project. If you guys split it up, that's between your development team, not the city. And you guys should have gotten that together when we asked you to cure you should have been talking together. That's my opinion. And should have given us a cure for 0 through 6. And that's what should have been on the table and submitted to the city. And that's why I have a problem right now, because I do believe if you came in and you told me you needed 90 days or whatever, you submitted everything for 0 through 6, you told me you needed another 2 weeks, I'd have no problem. But you came in for 6 and not for 0 through 6, and we didn't get a cure for that. We're starting all over again. And I have an issue with that. Of course, the letter is my most important issue was the letter. But can you speak to what you were planning on doing for 0 through 6?
Well, I'll speak to 6 separate from 0 to 5. With 6, I think we submitted the plan. It would be 815 parking spaces, 100 residential units, and 135, 150 room hotel. The plan that we submitted unilaterally in August didn't change to the one that we submitted when we were asked to submit a comprehensive, cohesive plan. The only thing changed from our August submittal to September was the reference to the Compass brand. And then once the general counsel asked us to remove and to cease any reference to Compass, we sent the letter in October complying with that demand by then going back to our Marriott flag. Mr. Irons has asserted to us is that there was negotiable agreement on the terms of 0 through 5 that would indicate that the submittal would be approved or cured. In the process, Mr. Irons worked on 0 through 5, and we jointly signed the cover letter. Tesra worked on 6, and we jointly signed the cover letter. So if Mr. Irons was here, I think he would assert that he believed, with the exception of the misunderstanding of the Compass letter, which he has a choice brand letter, I believe he would assert that he met the obligation and cured the notice of default on 0 through 5. And we assert that we too cured the notice of default by being the lead co-developer on 6.
Mr. Chair?
You recognize.
All right, so if I could just ask, I guess Mr. Evans or maybe Nick, I don't know who's going to respond to this, but on 0 through 5, did we get financials? Did we get finance commitments? Did we get anything? I mean, the letter, getting a hotel to say they want to come in there is not the same as having financing and the other information that you need to be able to develop a project. Hotels give letters of intent on a regular basis. They like to come into areas, all the time. But Nick, can you answer that?
Yes, sir. What we got was a commitment letter as part of the element 5 package that was really, or the element 0 through 5 package that was, at least the way it was laid out, was for the entire project. And I believe Mr. Brown subsequently submitted a letter from, it was Isaac, right? Yeah, right, the BH Group a few weeks later. So that letter and the way it was structured, it was obviously a contingent letter of intent that, term sheet that hadn't been executed that, was designed to cover, I think it was $215 million, up to $250 million worth of investment.
So it was a letter of intent.
Correct.
It wasn't a commitment letter.
Correct.
All right.
Chair.
You recognize Commissioner McCoy.
So, Mr. Council Commissioner Spears, clarify the distinction between the two. And I'm saying that in terms of what the original solicitation called out, because I believe it was letters of credit. Is there a distinction between what you just said and a letter of credit?
Mr. Chair.
Recognize.
A letter of credit is a commitment letter. If you have a regular letter of credit signed by a bank or an institution that does this, that's licensed to do this, yes, that would be the same as a commitment letter. A letter of intent is just nothing but a piece of paper saying they're interested. You can get letters of intent from any bank you walk into. They'll give you a letter of intent. That's worthless, really.
If I may clarify,
You recognize.
Uh, a letter of credit is a commitment from the bank that you can rely on the financial institution's financial capacity to deliver. So a letter of credit is different than a commitment letter. A commitment letter is a bona fide commitment that if certain terms and conditions are met, that they will finance the project. A letter of interest indicates that they are interested in the project and that once you reach and can demonstrate site control and some of the other conditions that you have proffered, that letter of interest would then convert to a commitment letter. But a letter of credit is drawn on, you rely on the bank's financial position, and that's what they primarily use for international trade.
Chair.
Commissioner McCoy, you're recognized.
Thank you. So I guess Commissioner Spears down on the west side said, particularly he would have expected. I mean, I guess what is it about 0 through 5? Do you believe that it's not sufficient?
Mr. Chair?
You're recognized.
No, I'm just saying, I'm asking whether 1 through 5 was included in the cure pieces that were submitted by the TESRA group, or was it just for number 6? And what I'm concerned about, even with number 6, is the financing a letter of credit or a commitment letter, which is real money, whether they're basically the same. If it's a legal institution, the Bank of America puts up a letter of credit, it's the real deal and there's money there. A letter of interest is really, I could walk into any bank and get a letter of interest on a project that I'm interested in doing, but getting a commitment letter or getting a line of credit are two different things. That's something that we would be looking for. That's something that would show that there's real ability to build a project.
Which was the requirement from staff? Was it which letter was required?
If I may, and I mean, Related is $1 billion company, and even in the ground lease that you approved for 7 and 8, there's a financing contingency. So with site control and then working to do the due diligence, you go from a letter of interest to a commitment letter. And we anticipate that as a condition of the lease, that we would, among other things in the due diligence process, demonstrate to you a financing commitment. And if that financing commitment doesn't occur in the time frame that you allow, then we forfeit our right to develop. That's currently in element 7. It's currently in element 8, and it is a typical condition in a development project. And we expect and anticipate that that would also be a condition in each of our elements. And I would tell you, Dr. Spiritus, that one of our investors is considering just what you've indicated, providing a letter of credit.
Ms. Lanier, you're recognized.
The fact that we've sat here for an hour and a half and just kind of breezed over a letter that was submitted. This letter in regards to the exclusive negotiation and development agreement is with APDS-TESRA RBMD. It's a package deal. And for us to keep talking about what could happen, and we've been saying this for the last 7 years about what could happen, the promises that have been made, and for us to continue to hope that it may work out in the midst of something that is dreadful hanging over the deal. I don't get it. I don't get how it is that you have staff recommendation, you have consultant recommendation, the admission of the person who wrote the letter in writing saying they didn't do it. That's not a little thing. And to continue to try and figure out what could happen is something that we've done for 7 years. And I would be incredulous if this board voted to keep going down this road with this hanging over this deal. With the fact that there was clear direction in terms of what was expected, it didn't happen. And not only did it not happen, there's some fraudulent or whatever you want to call it that is going on that taints it. It's already been tainted because you put these people together, and now for 7 years you've had them together. Now they're saying, oh, well, we're gonna let them go. I mean, I would be very surprised if this board says tonight that they want to move forward with this deal, given the amount of pause it has in regards to what has not happened. And to talk about what is happening, to talk about this could happen, this is what they say every single time. But it hasn't happened. It just hasn't happened. And I don't like to beat a dead horse, but people, I mean, this is our integrity. This is the city's integrity. This is what we have to stand for. And so if we move forward, then I don't see any other developer saying, hey, let me do business with them. I can do whatever I like to do. I can drag them down the road for 7 years. It's just not a good look.
Mr. Chair.
You recognize?
I was here back when this all came together, and I think someone stated, maybe Mr. Davis stated it, that Ms. Botel was the one that suggested that the two developers merged together in the hopes of trying to keep them together because they were the only two that bidded on it. Back then, I was dead set on just throwing it back out and moving forward because, I had concerns with what was going on then. I have certainly tried my hardest to continue along in this process, even when there were a few times when it was suggested that we should just cut ties and move on. It has been 2018, 6 years. I don't know how much more we can keep going. Now, what I heard tonight is that you all could do it all. But I'm just not willing to just go the route of just saying, go ahead and do it. Because to me, that kind of reminds me of what we did back in 2018 when we asked you all to merge. We have really been hitting this hard for the past 2 hours. I don't know about an hour and a half. Feels like 2 or 3 hours. And it's just to a point where if we have to fight this hard for this, what are we doing? I totally support Mr. Saffold and Mr. Brown. I have always tried to be fair and open-minded with trying to make this work, but it has just been a stop and go, stop and go, stop and go. And I've just gotten to a point now where I just feel like if it's this difficult in trying to get things moving, it makes me feel like, what am I doing? It's like forcing yourself on someone that don't want you, kind of thing. At least that's how I see it. But what I do think is, if you're confident that you all can do the 0 through 6, start from scratch. APD won't feel a certain type of way. Son and Blake won't feel a type of way. Everybody has an opportunity to put in and try to start over from scratch individually. I just think that we screwed up probably trying to make everybody join together. Even though we did it because we thought, hey, it's 2 of them. Let's see if we can work together. That way each group would be able to get something out of it. But it has just been one thing after another. And like I said, I have really tried to just make it work. I really wanted it to work because I wanted the two firms to be able to see it through. But it's just too much right now. It just continues to be something after something after something, and that is not to say that we can't work with you all. Put in for it. If you can do 0 through 6, have at it. But it's just too much right now, and so that's kind of where I am with it. Thank you.
Additional comments from the board?
Yes,
You recognize?
I would just like to make a motion that we terminate this contract, that we put this 0 through 6 back out to bid, get some developers, including Tesla, to compete for, and they may have found a different partner by that time. I just think that the way that we're going here with this is too muddled, it's too messy, and we need to start fresh. And I'm making this motion to terminate this exclusive agreement to be able to move forward fresh and put this back out to bid.
I'll second.
Discussion?
Yes.
So, go ahead, Commissioner.
So, Mr. Smith and perhaps the rep from BMO, what is the circumstances around this and the termination calling for under the E&A? Because obviously, I was at the same point that was brought up by the Tesral team that there's nobody that pointed out a specific breach. And if you sit here and terminate without being able to identify a specific breach or point to what they didn't complete, because even if you cite the letter, while you may morally believe that that's wrong, they had 2 additional hotel flags that literally stood right in. So whether or not, I mean, you had, and I think it was owned by them. So I'm not making an excuse for it, but you're going to have inherent exposure. So to say termination beyond the $200,000 that's called out in the NA for, isn't there a dollar value that's attributed to termination in the ENA? Like 200 or 250 or something like that?
Yeah, we limited the exposure to 200,000.
Right. But that's if you don't come to an agreement. But now if you're alleging a termination without grounds of specific findings, I mean, it's almost like a bad faith agreement. Wouldn't you agree?
The grounds that have been enumerated is that under the ENA, there were certain milestones that should have been met. There were certain things that the developer and the CRA had to agree upon by certain dates. We sent a notice saying we haven't received enough information to agree on these things by these dates. The packet that we received back was not sufficient enough, as determined by our consultants, for us to agree. Therefore, the breach is of those things enumerated in the ANA that we weren't able to come to business terms on. So when we sent out the letter saying that the ENA was terminated, but we gave 30 days for them to cure said termination. Now, the motion as presented now would be to move forward with the termination that you've already determined. We just gave we gave the ability to cure, and we've determined that they did not cure.
Okay, and that was based off of the letter.
That was based off us not being able to come to business terms in those different in EF. Yes, sir.
They were given a notice to cure.
Yes.
The board didn't make that decision. There was no terms that was brought back to the board after they submitted their comprehensive proposal, Mr. Smith.
That's what we're doing now, sir. We're bringing back that we aren't able to
Okay.
come to business terms, and therefore that is a breach of the ENA.
Hold on. We is who? Staff?
Yes, you, JLL.
Hold on, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Wait. Because what you're saying is different than what she's proposing. This is the first that I've heard. And ultimately, Mr. Smith, on this agenda, you're listed on here as the attorney. We're the board. So the terms would ultimately come to us for us to make that decision. So if you're saying that you came up with it or staff came up with it, that's one thing. But that's separate than the motion that she's making for termination. In fact, she didn't even mention anything about the terms. So this is why I'm saying this is a very slippery slope. And I would have hoped that if we're going to slam the door, let's make sure we do it and there's something that's defensible, because already, if I'm independent looking in, I can see that there's enough ambiguity between what she's claiming and what you're claiming now as the terms, because the terms never reached the board. And unless I missed it, I don't know what terms other than what they stated here today that they're willing to bring back agreements or a proposal for 0 through 5. So
Chair.
You recognize.
is she, sir? I'm waiting on his response.
But what the question, I'm trying to figure out the question.
So what
that's what it is.
part did you, who makes the decision about the terms? You're saying the terms, when they got the cure letter, the terms was not agreed upon.
Yes.
By whom? Not the board. Like, how did you make that decision for us?
So staff and JLL were hired to agree to business terms. Those business terms were not agreed to. So now they're in front of the board, telling the board, respectfully, we did not agree to these business terms, which is now we're outside of the ENA. It's a breach of the ENA. If you can determine that, well, the business terms that they've submitted, we agree with as a board, that's your prerogative.
Mr. Smith, what are those terms? I'm asking you, whatever you came up with that you couldn't agree with this team, what are they, and when do you bring them to the members who have the ultimate decision? Because clearly they're making the decision off of something else, because no terms have been proffered to us. Mr. Smith, maybe I'm not okay, you and the development team couldn't come to terms. Did you provide those terms to the board and say, board, we're at an impasse? It's up to you. All I got is, where do you want to go from the cure letter? You didn't tell us what the discussion was that's not agreeable, or the terms that's not agreeable. Mr. Smith, I'm sure you graduated from law school, but this ain't that difficult, buddy.
At the last meeting, sir, you were told these are terms in the ENA. You pull up the ENA, you see these terms up here. At the last meeting, you were told we have not come to business terms on these. We have not complied with this.
Okay.
So we're going to send a letter.
And give them 30 days to cure.
Yes.
And then they came back with a comprehensive plan. And I'm asking you, what part of that plan were the terms now proffered to the board that wasn't met, or that you can't agree on? Because I don't know.
Nick has the individual terms. Could you come back and?
Right, but Chris, I'm asking you, was there new terms that came back after the comprehensive agreement that will make us be able to raise our hand and say they didn't cure it?
Yeah, under the packet that they submitted.
Okay, you keep looking at this old resolution.
Because you keep asking me to answer a question on this, and I'm trying to answer the question on this, sir. So parties agreed to business terms for a general lease and development agreement. The packet they submitted, the parties weren't able to agree.
And who's the parties? Is it staff or is it the board? That's what I'm trying to ask you.
It's the board.
Okay, so at what meeting did we have that, Mr. Smith? This is the first meeting after. At what point did you bring those terms to the board is what I'm asking you. You said that you guys seen the letter and it caused you pause. In fact, Mr. Nick Finelli said it caused him pause. My colleague said it caused her pause. And let me tell you what I wrote down. Pause, heartburn, flatulent gas. What else is next? I mean, at what point does the terms arrive back to the board? But having a letter in itself doesn't constitute not being able to agree to terms. Having a letter that is faulty, egregious, and perhaps even, I would venture to say, is fraudulent, doesn't rise to us not reaching or agreeing on terms, or even the board seeing the terms. And I'm saying this right now because the attorney's already hinted that you have to be able to point to something specific. And you've said it yourself. They were given 30 days. They came back with a plan. So what part of this plan did this board decide was not suitable? And if Mr. Smith, I promise you, if you can't understand where I'm going at, we might need to reconsider this whole entire arrangement, because it couldn't be any more simpler than that. And members, you be making a decision that is inevitably going to be the next 4 years of litigation.
Can I vote, Chair?
Commissioner McCoy, you finished?
I just want to say you can't arbitrarily just terminate an agreement without pointing to a specific something, and that's it, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Lanier.
I just want to restate my motion based
What happened to
on.
my call the question?
Oh,
You called the question?
I did.
You got to clarify what we're doing, because if it's not consistent,
You can wait. You called the
She
question
can,
on.
if she wants to clarify her motion.
I'll
that's fine.
clarify it. Based on the legal memo, staff and consulting firm Jones, Lang, and LaSalle, I recommend that the board terminate the solicitation and issue a new RFP to redevelop waterfront elements 0 through 6. Does the second still stand?
That was made, and that was second still stands.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the discussion, would we consider, because it is 2 items on this agenda, do we want to do 0 through 5 and then 6 as separate motions, or do we want to do it as one motion?
One motion.
Because I saw that it was noticed as 2, so that's why I was said if we could bring it as one motion. I'm sorry, separate motions.
This motion included elements 0 through 6.
But I would recommend that you do 2 motions. Do one for, because it's in the notice as 1 through 5, and then in the notice as 6, that you do this motion for the first, vote on it, and then if it's your prerogative to do the same motion for element 6 to then vote again, because it was noticed as 2 separate issues.
So that was,
All right, so just say the.
so that's what I was just
first
getting
one,
at. I'd
the way it is
recommend,
written.
being that it was noticed as such, we would vote on it separately.
Okay, very good. What is that? 0 through?
Look at the thing.
I don't put the stuff up.
Yeah. 0 through 5. Yes,
0
ma'am.
through 5. I make a motion that
It actually says 1 through 5 on this agenda.
1 through 5, yes.
1 through 5.
I did ask that at the beginning, so
Yes, I clarified that it should include 0.
Okay, based on the legal memo, staff and consulting firm Jones, Lang, and LaSalle, we recommend that the board terminate the solicitation and issue a new RFP to redevelop waterfront elements 0 through 5.
motion been made and properly second. Discussion? Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Lanier,
Yes.
Commissioner Spiritus,
Yes.
Vice Chair McCoy,
No.
Chair Lawson.
No?
That vote passes 3-2.
My next motion is based on the legal memo, staff and consulting firm Jones, Lang, and LaSalle, we recommend that the board terminate the solicitation and issue a new RFP to redevelop waterfront elements 6.
Motion been made and properly seconded. Discussion. Board, we do have a parking crisis. I do understand that we want to do a whole new development, but we do have a parking plan at the table. Do we want to consider allowing for 6 to still have a discussion to possibly allow for us to, and that's why we actually bifurcated them, to continue the discussion of negotiating terms to bring some type of parking component with some type of hotel and housing while we go back out for 0 through 5.
I'm sticking with the motion that I made.
We have a motion on the table and it was seconded. Any other discussion? We still are going to have to address that parking crisis, because if we're breaking ground on early next year, as one of the consultants said in a project that's part of this marina. I want to stand strong that I'm very proud of the project that we've accomplished, because most developments and communities take years to develop anything. So the fact that we're going to have multiple towers going up at elements 7 and 8 still shows progress on this. I do want us to address the parking crisis, but we can, I guess, as we move forward. Additional comments? Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Lanier,
Yes.
Commissioner Spiritus,
Yes.
Vice Chair McCoy,
No.
Chair Lawson.
No.
That vote passes 3-2 with Vice Chair McCoy and Chair Lawson dissenting.
Thank you. Discussion by Executive Director?
Nothing, Mr. Chair.
General Counsel?
Nothing, Mr. Chair.
Discussion by the Commissioners, starting with Commissioner Spiritus.
I'd just like to mention that we had the king tides the last week or so, which caused tremendous beach erosion on Singer Island, as well as water going over the sidewalks along North Ocean Drive. I do have, as a member of the TPA for the county, we did list these projects in the long-range plan for raising North Ocean and the sidewalks in their long-range plan. Hopefully, we'll get into the short-range plan, and I'll work with the city manager and staff on trying to get that done as a TPA board member. Also, I'm looking forward to, and I thank the board for approving the resolution for the 10-year agreement with the county on the beach renourishment. The county is planning on starting a project in February this year to bring more sand onto the beach.
I just want to say that, terminating this contract does not bring me any joy. I've been saying this for the last 5 years about this deal. I really wanted it to work. We got to the end of the road. We had to make a decision. And I'm hoping that the teams that were here tonight are also going to participate in our RFP in terms of developing our waterfront.
Thank you, Ms. Miller-Anderson. Commissioner McCoy? Mr. Evans, quick question for you, sir, before we adjourn. Any positions that were current, I know we have the executive director coming to interview soon. Is there any other positions that are currently open or vacant that we're interviewing for?
Yes, we have several positions. We are in the selection process for our clean and safe manager. We are in the selection process for our CRA clerk, administrative assistant. And is there any others? And we're looking for a event center administrative assistant for the event center.
Okay. I was at the FRA conference, and I just wanted to kind of give accolades to staff. Ms. Jenkins, I believe we spoke about this previously with the awards that we received at the FRA conference. And thank you so much to the entire staff, Mr. Evans, Ms. Jenkins. League of Cities was amazing as well. What I want to see from my entire board is just support of local participation in vendors to provide opportunities for local vendors and also local businesses. So Ms. Jenkins, if you can, start procuring that list of local vendors and consultants so that when we have these teams come in here, they can make sure that they're discussing these items. Mr. Evans, there was another question or concern with proceeding. I know that we discussed element 0, which is the event center. And we've talked previously at other events in regards to possibly bringing like expansion of Rafiki Tiki, building out or clearing that space. Is that something that we could possibly review now that we've terminated this solicitation and have that discussion? Because if we want to proceed with development, we as a board can actually get that done. I presented this many years ago, but legal at the time told us that we couldn't incorporate Rafiki Tiki into the discussion because it was tied into the RFP. Is that something that we can kind of get some wins now? Because I know that space building out upstairs and downstairs can be done in a quick space.
Yes, the board could elect to make that space available for lease.
Okay, I don't want to. Go ahead. Ms. Miller-Anderson asked for anyone.
Yes, there's no commitments on the space now that the master development agreement has been removed, so the board could if you would like, I can bring you a variety of different methods in which you could look to find new tenants or to expand the space.
My position would be I'd love to work with the tenant that's there. But I mean, it depends on what staff's pleasure of the board. I'd love to work with the tenants that's there. We've talked previously about possible expansion of clearing that space and creating some type of sit-down eatery on the inside. I'm not sure how it would work with two separate vendors, but that is an option for us. But if we can discuss negotiation and terms with the current vendor to work that out, that would be something that I would like to see.
Just bring both.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. We can work on that.
Okay.
we got, give everybody a chance.
Okay. So see most people.
Yes.
Dr. Spitters?
Mr. Chair, I was just going to say that if you're going to do the Raftiki expansion or someone else, whatever, we should just include in there that whatever the costs are, if we decide to go forward with a developer, that whatever the costs are that that person invests in the project, they'll get that back with interest if they have to move to a different location during the project. And can I say one more thing, please?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Evans, you mentioned that there's a job for a manager, clean and safe manager. It would be great if we could hire a local person for that position.
That was part of the narrative that we received up in NLC and also FRA. So I'm sure Dr. Spirit saw some of the sessions that a lot of local vendors, we have to make sure staff is intentional with providing opportunities for local businesses, local vendors, and opportunities. It doesn't have to just be all local people, but we would love to give them the opportunity and first cracks at seeing certain things. And that's why I was addressing the vendors for the development, Ms. Jenkins, through the procurement process. I think we spoke about it previously, but creating opportunities where we have a set list of vendors so that there's no gray area or ambiguity. If somebody comes to the table, these are qualified vendors that work within and through the community that have gone through the steps in the process of the developments of the cohorts that we've done throughout the city, different businesses and different minority businesses. And then also, as Dr. Spirit said, the local jobs, providing opportunities for local people to have these different jobs and training them up like we do with the ambassador program. So that's why I'm sure we'd love to see local opportunities.
Mr. Chair,
You're right.
one more question. We didn't set a date on when we want this RFP out and when we want the responses to come in. We don't want this thing to be sitting for another year. We want to get this done as quick as possible. So can we get staff to send out the RFP in the next couple of weeks and give people approximately 60 to 90 days to respond?
Mr. Chair, I'll meet with JLL this week, and we will get you a memo to the board on how long we think that process would take and some options, because I know you want to move as quickly as possible.
Sooner the better.
Business meeting's adjourned.